Hey everyone, welcome back to Mr.X Files. If you're new here, this is the place where we dive into the mysteries that keep you up at night. Whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or spiral into an existential crisis at 3 in the morning, you're in the right place. Drop a comment, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And yeah, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Alright, let's get into it. Tonight, we're diving into a tale pulled from the tangled web of one of history's most persistent conspiracy theories, the Roswell incident. But this isn't just about little green men or secret government bunkers. It's about what happens when someone accidentally brushes too close to a truth that's been buried deep. Before we jump in, tell me, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it in your corner of the world? I love knowing who's listening across this strange, mysterious thread of time and space. And if you enjoy quiet, eerie tales filled with whispers of truth and fiction, make sure you follow Sleep Theories. Now, close your eyes, take a breath, and let's begin. Sam Ryder wasn't the kind of man who went looking for trouble. Hell, he barely looked up half the time. He lived a quiet, stubbornly analog life in Albuquerque, New Mexico, nestled in the back end of an old brick shop that sold and repaired antique radios. Ryder's Radios, the crooked wooden sign read, painted by hand back in the late 80s, and hanging by one rusted chain above the shop door. Below it, in fading script, restoring the past, one dial at a time. The shop was easy to miss. Just a narrow sliver between a pawn shop and an old tailor's studio. Places that had their own ghosts, probably. Inside, the place smelled like solder, old paper, and the warm musk of wood that had absorbed decades of desert air. Some folks said it smelled like their grandfather's garage. Sam liked that. Every morning was the same. He'd shuffle across Main around 7:15, nod to Maria at the cafe counter, and she'd already have his coffee, black, no sugar, waiting, in a cracked ceramic mug with good vibes only faded across it. "Mornin', Sam," she'd say, half yawning. "Hey, Maria, how's the kiddo?" He'd reply, never in a rush, the words soft like worn denim. Then he'd cross back, unlock the shop, and let the sunlight spill through the dusty glass windows, catching on the chrome and bakelite of the radios lined up like forgotten soldiers. Some gleamed, fully restored and purring with life. Others were in pieces, chassis half exposed, wires dangling like veins in mid-surgery. He loved them all the same. To Sam, each radio wasn't just a machine. It was a whisper from the past, a portal, a story. Some were heirlooms, passed down, through war and weddings and living room fights. Others were flea market flukes or barn discoveries, dug out of mouldy boxes and brought to him like lost pets. There was an old man once, retired Air Force, grey eyes, trembling hands, who brought, in a battered field radio from 42, "Think you can make her talk again?" he asked. "Maybe," Sam said, kneeling beside it. "But it'll take time." The man just nodded, and Sam never asked questions. He didn't need to. The silence between them said enough. Then there was the young couple with that sleek art. Deco Zenith. Found it at a swap meet. "She still works?" the woman asked, eyes lit with hope. "Not yet," Sam replied, setting it gently on the workbench. "But she will." He had a knack, not just for repairing circuits, but for listening. People opened up around him. Maybe it was the quiet. Maybe it was the way he never interrupted, just nodded and looked at them like their words carried weight. And they did. To Sam, memory had mass. It lived in things, in switches, in scratches, in static. His hands moved like a pianist's, soldering, joints and coaxing warmth out of cold copper. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't fast, but it was real, tactile, the kind of work you could feel in your bones. He didn't have a smartphone, still used a flip phone with a cracked screen and duct tape on the back. No social media, no apps. Didn't trust that stuff. Said it made people forget how to sit with silence, how to appreciate the hum. At night, he'd settle into his threadbare recliner with a paperback thriller, and a jazz station playing softly on an RCA Victor he'd rebuilt years ago. The radio hissed slightly between songs, like it was breathing. He liked that too. His life was quiet, predictable, unremarkable, some would say. But it was his, and Sam Ryder wouldn't have traded it for anything. Until, of course, the day he opened up that old walnut-cased radio with no serial number and found something that should have stayed buried. He'd always said it. The comfort of the familiar was enough. "I don't just fix radios," Sam liked to mutter, usually with a screwdriver between his teeth. "I restore voices from the past. Every crackle, every fuzzy waltz or forgotten broadcast that stumbled out of a dusty old speaker, it was like time travel in reverse. Proof that even in a world sprinting toward tomorrow, some echoes refuse to fade. But the past has a funny way of circling back, especially when you least expect it." For Sam Ryder, all it took was a knock on the shop door, and a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a faded photograph. "I'm looking for Sam," she asked, voice trembly but polite. "That's me," he replied, glancing up from a zenith he was repairing. She had silvery hair pinned into a loose bun and wore a cardigan despite the heat. Something about her posture made him stand up a little straighter. "I'm Martha Green," she said, adjusting the leather strap of the heavy chest she was dragging in behind her. "This belonged to my father. He was stationed at the Roswell base back in the 40s. Sam raised an eyebrow. "Roswell, huh?" "Yeah. He never talked much about it. But he always said this trunk had his most important papers." She gave a nervous little chuckle. "I found it in the attic yesterday. I don't know why, but I couldn't just toss it. Figured maybe you'd know what to do with it." Sam blinked. I mostly work on electronics." "I know, but you seem like the kind of person who respects the past. And I just..." She looked away, her fingers curling slightly as if remembering something unpleasant. "I can't bring myself to open it." Something about her tone, the way she lingered in the doorway like the air inside had changed, made him nod. "I'll take a look. Promise I'll be careful." She gave a tight smile, thanked him, and disappeared into the dry afternoon light. Sam locked the door, placed the chest on his workbench, and pulled his desk lamp close. The thing was old, World War II era by the looks of it. Weathered leather, tarnished brass, the kind of trunk that had seen train stations, barracks, basements. He popped the simple lock with a flathead screwdriver and slowly lifted the lid. Faint smell hit him, dust, maybe a hint of mildew and something oddly metallic. Inside were brittle yellow documents, sepia-toned photographs, and a few reel-to-reel tapes bound with string. At first it was dull stuff, inventory lists, handwritten, duty rosters, notes about fuel shipments and base maintenance. Sam nearly dismissed it all as military bureaucracy frozen in amber, until he saw the folder. Project Aurora, Confidential, was stamped across the front in blocky black letters. His stomach dropped. He flipped it open. The first thing he saw was a schematic. Sleek, almost organic curves forming the outline of an aircraft that didn't look human. No rivets, no propellers, just seamless surfaces and impossible angles. It looked wrong in the way something deeply unfamiliar always does. Then came the photos. Black and white shots, grainy and slightly out of focus. One showed a desert clearing strewn with wreckage, jagged metal shards with odd symbols etched into their surfaces. In another, soldiers in old fatigues stood around a tarp-covered object, their faces eerily blank, eyes averted from the camera. Then came the final photo. Sam stopped breathing. A stretcher. A small figure lying still on it. Its limbs were too thin. Its skin looked like wax paper. Its head was oversized, with almond-shaped black eyes staring directly into the lens, as if it knew. He set the picture down, hands trembling. The room suddenly felt colder. What the hell is this? He'd heard the stories. Everyone had. Roswell, 1947. Weather balloon. Government denial. 100 documentaries and 1,000 drunken theories. He'd always figured it was just Cold War paranoia meets sci-fi fever. But this was different. This was in his hands. He looked at the tapes. Their labels, written in shaky cursive: Crash Recovery Debrief, 0708-47 Field Report, Witness, a subject examination. His heartbeat ticked up. Curiosity mixed with nausea. He hesitated, then reached for one of his refurbished reel-to-reel players, the kind he'd restored for an old audio file just a month ago. The machine clicked and whirred to life as he carefully threaded the tape. Then, click, he pressed play, a burst of static, then a man's voice. Calm, too calm. July 8th, 1947. Recovery operations have concluded. Debris has been secured and transported to Hangar 18. Biological specimen recovered from the site is undergoing preliminary examination. Initial findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. Static swallowed the voice. The reel kept turning, but the words had already punched through the silence like a hammer. Sam sat frozen. The small fluorescent light above him buzzed faintly. Somewhere outside, a car passed, but it felt a world away. His hands gripped the edge of the workbench. What he held wasn't just some Cold War artifact or family heirloom. It was evidence of something he wasn't sure he wanted to understand. Non-terrestrial origin. The words echoed through Sam's head like a bell tolling in an empty canyon. He rewound the tape, hands jittering, and pressed play again. The same flat, official voice spilled out through the static, unchanging, undeniable. Preliminary findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. This wasn't some grainy YouTube video, or an old man rambling in a conspiracy forum. This was real. A recorded statement, confident, clinical, from someone who'd seen it with their own eyes. Sam leaned back, his chair creaking beneath him, his stomach churned, his skin damp with sweat. Every instinct told him to lock the trunk back up, burn the tapes, and pretend none of it ever happened. But some deeper part of him, the part that reverently brought ancient radios back from the dead, refused. This was history, bigger than him, bigger than anyone. Still, the moment he made the decision to share it, something in the air shifted. Dread crept in, low and slow, like the tension before a summer storm. He didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, still foggy with unease, Sam arrived at the shop balancing a cup of black coffee and a newspaper tucked under his arm. But something was wrong. The front door, usually stiff and stubborn, hung half open. The old deadbolt, busted clean through. He dropped the cup. Shit! Coffee splashed across the sidewalk as he rushed in. The familiar scent of solder and old paper was tainted now, replaced by something stale and bitter. Violation. The shop was in ruins. Not like a thief looking for cash. No, this was targeted. His workbench was torn apart, tools tossed like toys, parts and wires scattered like confetti. The chest sat gaping open, its belly gutted. He rushed to it, boots crunching over broken glass. His breath hitched as he knelt beside the trunk, hands trembling as he pawed through the mess. Tapes. Come on, where are they? Shit. Gone. The reels that had captured whispers from 1947, the folder with the sketches, the photos, especially the photos, all vanished. Only a few crumpled memos remained, fluttering in the disturbed air like leaves after a storm. Then he smelled it. Cigarette smoke. Not fresh, but not old either. Stale and lingering, clinging to the air like the presence of someone who'd stayed just a little too long. Sam's spine stiffened. He stood, swaying slightly, and turned toward the front window. The street looked normal, too normal. The sun cast long golden bars across the quiet road, but then he saw it, a black sedan, parked directly across the street, its paint dull and featureless. The windows were blacker than night, no reflection, no view inside. Its engine idled with a soft purr, almost polite, almost apologetic. His heart thudded against his ribs. That car hadn't been there yesterday. It hadn't been there ever. He stepped back slowly, pressing himself against the wall just inside the door. The cool plaster against his back grounded him as his breath came in shallow, panicked gasps. Whoever they were, they hadn't taken everything. They'd taken exactly what mattered and left everything else untouched. It wasn't theft. It was a message. "We see you." Sam inched toward the side window, fingers twitching as he parted the curtain by a hair. The car remained still, menacing in its silence, the way it just sat there. It wasn't surveillance. It was intimidation, the kind that didn't need to say a word. He ducked back and wiped a hand across his mouth, trying to settle the tremble in his jaw. Was he being watched right now? His mind spun in circles. Why hadn't they just taken everything? Why leave the shop standing? Why not burn it down? Unless they wanted him to know, to feel the pressure, the consequences, to sit in the silence and understand that they could reach in, take what they wanted, and disappear without a trace. His gaze flicked to the back of the shop, the emergency exit. It led to an alley that wound behind the neighboring buildings, a perfect escape if he needed it. He could be gone in under a minute. But then what? Where would he go? And what could he do without the tapes, without the proof? The evidence was gone, but they weren't. A dozen half-formed escape plans bloomed and wilted in his mind. He could go to the press, but without the documents, they'd laugh him out the room. The police. Maybe, if he wanted to disappear under unusual circumstances. No, he had to think. He was in deep now. Too deep to pretend it was just a bad dream, and that car still hadn't moved. The bitter tang of cigarette smoke still hung in the air, just faint enough to be unsettling. Sam swallowed hard, wiping his damp palms on the thighs of his jeans. He hadn't even realized how sweaty his hands had gotten until now. His thoughts were a mess, spiraling in too many directions at once. He had to focus. He had to think. But that car outside, that goddamn black sedan, it wasn't moving, wasn't doing a damn thing, and yet it screamed danger. It sat there like a loaded gun with no trigger finger. Sam took a step back, trying to steady himself, but his heel landed on a loose screw. Crunch. The sharp sound echoed like a gunshot. He froze, spine stiffening, head snapping toward the sound like prey hearing the snap of a twig. For a split second, he half expected someone to lurch out of the shadows. His heart thundered so loud it drowned out everything else. The car hadn't moved. Still, silent, watching. Sam edged deeper into the cluttered mess of his shop, his safe little cave of wires and dust and static. But now even that familiar chaos felt foreign, like someone had come in and turned it inside out. He ducked, behind his counter, crouching low like a kid playing hide and seek, and tried to slow his breathing. How the hell did it come to this? He wasn't some spy. He wasn't an activist or a hacker or anything like that. Just a guy who fixed old radios in a rundown corner of New Mexico. Hell, most days he didn't talk to more than 3 people, and 2 of them were mailmen, tinkering. With the past, that was his thing. Radios, receivers, reel-to-reels. It was safer than the present, predictable. But now, the past had cracked open and reached back with cold, dead fingers, dragging him into something huge, something dangerous. He glanced toward the workbench, to the spot where the metal chest had been before it vanished, before someone broke in and took it. He considered calling the cops, but what would he even say? "Hey officer, someone stole a box that might prove the government covered up alien contact in the 60s. Yeah, that'd go over real well. He could already picture the smirks, the eye rolls. They'd file a report, maybe, then toss it in a drawer marked nut jobs. And besides, what if the cops were in on it? His gaze drifted back to the car. Still there, still watching. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms. He didn't know what his next move was, but he knew one thing for damn sure. He wasn't just the guy who fixed radios anymore. He was in it now. Deep. Over the next few days, the paranoia bloomed like a sickness. The sedan followed him everywhere. down to the grocery store, around the block when he walked to the post office, even out into the damn desert when he tried to clear his head. It never got too close, never made a move, just lingered like a shadow he couldn't shake. Then the phone calls started. First, it was just static. Then, clicks. Then, voices. Low, measured, like someone reading off a teleprompter in hell. "You've seen too much," the voice said one night, slow and steady. "Leave it alone." Sam stood frozen in his kitchen, the cordless phone pressed to his ear, every hair on his body standing on end. His fridge hummed behind him. His knees felt like jelly. He tried to laugh it off, tell himself it was a prank, but he knew better. They knew, whoever they were. He paced for hours after that. No sleep. Just thinking, shaking, panicking. He couldn't go to the cops. Not again. Not with this. Aliens. He could barely say the word out loud. It sounded ridiculous, even in his own head. Desperate, he turned to the only person he trusted, Martha Green. She was in her 60s now, grey-haired but sharp as hell. Ran the antique store 2 blocks down. Her father had worked at the nearby military base before it shut down in the 80s. When Sam told her everything, her face went pale. She sat down hard on a stool, clutching one of the faded photographs he'd managed to scan before the break-in. "My father always said he had secrets," she whispered, her voice catching. "But I never imagined this." Together, they came up with a plan. Martha had a friend, a journalist in Santa Fe, one of those guys who didn't spook easy, the kind who dug up stuff the government didn't want found. They'd send him everything, anonymously, let him run with it. But getting there was a nightmare. The sedan followed them the whole way, like death on wheels. Its headlights always. In the mirror, a constant, slow pressure. Every mile felt heavier than the last. Every turn was a chance for it to pull up beside them and end everything. When they finally reached the diner on the edge of Santa Fe, Sam could barely keep the car on the road. His hands were slick with sweat, his jaw locked tight. The journalist was already there, sitting in a corner booth. Late 40s, scruffy beard, a leather jacket that had seen better decades. He nodded as Sam slid into the seat and handed over the envelope. Photos, notes, copies of the tape he'd found before it all went to hell. Sam's voice shook as he told the story. Every detail, every fear. The journalist didn't flinch. Just listened, eyes narrowing. "This is big," he said, tucking the envelope into his jacket. "But listen to me. If they're already on you, they won't stop just because I've got this." Sam nodded once. Slowly. He already knew. His throat tightened. The journalist was right, and Sam knew it. Even as he stepped out of the diner, into the cool New Mexico night, the weight of everything he'd uncovered pressed down on him like storm clouds ready to burst. The drive back to Albuquerque was a blur of headlights and rising anxiety. Every taillight he saw in the rear view, every car that lingered too long in the lane beside him, he couldn't help but wonder if they were watching, waiting. Paranoia had burrowed deep now, refusing to let go. When he finally reached his apartment, he slammed the door shut, twisting the lock 3 times like a ritual. He didn't bother turning on the lights. Instead, he collapsed onto the worn couch, the glow of the city outside casting faint bars of light across the room. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. His mind spun with questions, with fears, with the weight of having seen too much. But underneath it all, there was a strange, solemn calm. The truth was out there now. He'd made sure of that. No matter what came next, whether they found him, silenced him, erased him, the truth couldn't be buried again. Ryan Jacobs wasn't the kind of guy who chased trouble. If anything, he avoided it like the plague. At 32, his life was quiet, deliberately so. He worked from home as a freelance video editor, the kind of guy who spent most of his time hunched over a laptop, wearing noise-cancelling headphones and a hoodie, tweaking audio levels on wedding reels and polishing product videos for small-time clients. Nothing glamorous, nothing risky. And that's how he liked it. Until a rainy Thursday afternoon in early November turned everything upside down. He'd been hired to digitize some old reels of film, stuff pulled from a dusty archive somewhere. In Santa Clarita, the client said it was NASA-adjacent, historic footage, but vague on details. Ryan figured it was B-roll or test footage for a documentary. What he didn't expect was that. He sat frozen in his chair, the low whir of the projector the only sound in the dimly lit room. His eyes were locked on the black and white images flickering across the screen, surreal and unmistakable. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. The footage wasn't just weird, it was wrong. The camera lingered on the astronauts far too long. There was something off about them. One adjusted his helmet, not slowly, carefully, like you'd expect in low gravity, but with casual ease, like he was suiting up for a Halloween party. Another bounced impatiently in place, arms crossed, tapping his boot as a crew member scrambled over to reposition a fake boulder. Ryan's gaze flicked to the edges of the frame. Cables, sandbags, barely visible, but definitely there. And then came the audio, crackling, but chillingly clear. A voice barked out commands in a tone that was anything but scientific. Hold the flag higher, needs to look more heroic. Cut the glare on the visor, we need that reflection sharper. And then, like a punch to the gut, don't forget to kick up the dust, it's not supposed to look like Earth. Ryan leaned forward, eyes wide, heart pounding. His sense of reality began to unravel. It couldn't be real, it shouldn't be. But there it was. In the background, behind the actors, astronauts, you could just make out the steel scaffolding of a sound stage. Crisscrossed beams supporting massive lights. A faint exit sign reflected in the metallic panel of the supposed lunar lander. A crew member strolled through the set, oblivious, sipping coffee, clipboard in hand, his shadow stretching across the painted grey terrain. Then came the wide shot. The whole thing laid bare. A massive sound stage, artificial craters. The faux lunar module standing too straight, too clean, like it had been lowered there by crane. The dirt looked sculpted, not formed by eons of impact. And at the edge of the frame, like an afterthought, stood a director's chair. Kubrick printed in bold white letters across the back. Ryan stared at it, breath caught in his throat. No way. The conspiracy theories he'd laughed off for years, the whispers about the moon landing being a Hollywood fabrication, all of it came roaring back with terrifying clarity. Had Kubrick, the genius behind 2001, A Space Odyssey, really been enlisted to fake the biggest achievement in human history? His hands trembled as he paused the reel. The final frame froze on the screen. A man in a jumpsuit leaned against the backdrop wall, sipping coffee like it was any other day on set, but it wasn't, and Ryan's life would never be the same. The astronauts rehearsed another take, moving through the motions like actors stuck in a loop. Ryan sat still, stomach churning. The sheer normalcy of it, the casual air of the crew, the offhand remarks, was what disturbed him most. It was just another day on set. Only this set was built to mimic the surface of the moon. And if what he was seeing was real, then everything he thought he knew about history was a lie. He rewound the reel, fingers trembling, watching segments again and again, looking for a slip-up, a flaw, something to prove it was fake. But no, everything felt too natural. The film, grain, the overlapping conversations, the jargon that flowed so effortlessly, the cracks in the set, the tired voices, the worn-out way they moved. It all reeked of authenticity. This wasn't some YouTube conspiracy mock-up. This was something else, something sinister. How the hell did this end up here? Ryan muttered, aloud, rubbing his temple as his eyes flicked toward the dusty box it came from. Just sitting there in the back room of a forgotten historical society in some podunk New Mexico town. Not locked away in a government vault, not shredded or erased, just there, like someone had left it, on purpose. He leaned back in his chair, the room suddenly colder. The hum of the projector filled the silence like a warning bell. His eyes drifted to the remaining reels in the box. Their labels were scrawled in fading ink: Lunar Sim Prep, Comcheck Alt Angle, Lunar Simulation, Final Take. That last one seemed to glow faintly in the low light, almost daring him. Ryan's fingers hovered over the reel, frozen. He could stop, seal the box, pretend he never saw it. Nobody would ever know, but his curiosity gnawed at him. That dark itch in his gut that every editor has when they know there's more. Something buried, something big. Shit, he whispered, finally reaching out. His hand brushed the cool metal. The label felt like it was pulsing under his thumb. He slotted the reel into the projector, heart thudding in his chest. One thought looped endlessly in his mind. This changes everything. The reel began to spin, the familiar click and whir of the machine starting up again. Ryan leaned back, but his muscles were tense, like coiled wire. His chest was tight. His breath came shallow. The images flashed again in his mind. The elaborate sound stage, the fake lunar dust, the harsh overhead lights casting jagged shadows. That damn chair with the name Kubrick stitched across the back. He always considered himself a realist, a man of logic. Conspiracies were just noise, distractions for people who couldn't handle the real world. The moon landing hoax. He used to laugh at that stuff. But now his logic was cracking at the edges, and doubt was bleeding through. The seams. He ran a shaky hand through his hair, sweat damp at the roots. His gaze flicked back to the other reels in the box. They looked almost innocent, but they weren't. Not anymore. What the hell do I do with this? He thought. He could close the lid, stash the box in a closet, forget it ever existed. That was the smart play. He wasn't an investigator, just a guy paid to digitize old film. This wasn't his problem, but the idea of leaving it behind clawed at him. This wasn't just some relic from a dusty archive. It felt like a thread, one that, if pulled, could unravel the fabric of something much bigger than himself, bigger than all of them. The editor in him, the part that lived to uncover the buried, the unseen, couldn't walk away. But neither could the human, the one who felt fear creeping into his bones, whispering that he was already too deep. Still, the possibility, the weight of what this might be, settled over him like a lead blanket. He leaned forward, elbow on his knee, staring at the humming machine, and whispered to the empty room, "What the hell did I just find?" State, with no explanation, just a short note that read, "Keep this safe. I'll explain when I can." Ryan's life, once so routine and uneventful, now felt like a spy thriller he never asked to be part of. The quiet safety of his world had evaporated, replaced by a constant thrum of anxiety in his chest and the ever-present sense that someone, somewhere, was watching. He stopped answering unknown numbers, kept his curtains drawn, started taking different routes home from the grocery store. Every time he passed the SUV, now sometimes white, sometimes black, sometimes just a different make, he felt his stomach turn. It wasn't always the same one, but it was always there. By the end of the week, he had finished digitizing the last of the reels. The final clip, one labeled Broadcast Angle, Take 3, was the most disturbing. It showed the famous scene, the one broadcast around the world. The first step. Only this wasn't what the world had seen. There were multiple takes, resetting footprints in the dust, adjusting the lighting. A voice off camera saying, "Okay, Neil, let's try that again. Little. More gravitas this time." Ryan watched the take that made it to the world. He watched it again, and then he turned off the monitor and just sat there. That was the moment it hit him fully. Not just the footage, not just the implications, but what he'd become. A keeper of something no one was ever supposed to find. A witness to the unthinkable. That night, someone knocked on his door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Not the friendly kind. Ryan didn't move. He stayed frozen in his chair, barely breathing, heart hammering in his chest. The knocking didn't come again. Just silence. He waited for what felt like hours before crawling to the window and peeking through the blinds. Nothing. No car. No person. Just the night. Quiet and still. But he knew he wasn't alone. The next day, he booked a one-way ticket out of Albuquerque under a fake name. Left his apartment just as it was, only taking a backpack, a burner phone, and a laptop with one final copy of the footage. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, not even the friend he mailed the drive to. He disappeared. But before he left, he did one last thing. He wrote a letter, anonymous, sent it to several independent journalists, documentarians and truth seekers, people who had been called conspiracy theorists, crackpots and fringe lunatics. He included snippets of screenshots, transcribed lines of audio, timestamps, and just enough information to make them want more. The footage was too big for one man, too dangerous to keep hidden. If they wanted the rest, they'd have to find it, and they would. Eventually. Somewhere out there, in a forgotten archive, in a dusty lockbox, in a friend's closet across the country, the truth waited. And the truth doesn't stay buried forever. Ryan reached out to the only person he knew, wouldn't brush him off. Clara, a journalist he'd worked with years ago during a whistleblower case that nearly cost her career. She had a reputation for diving headfirst into the stories no one else would touch. And when he called, she didn't hesitate. They met at a busy downtown cafe, the kind of place where the hum of conversation and clinking mugs gave a false sense of normalcy. Ryan sat at the back near the window, laptop already open. Clara slid into the booth, scarf still wrapped around her neck, eyes sharp despite the weariness in her face. "Show me," she said. No small talk. He turned the laptop toward her and hit play. As the clips rolled, Clara's expression shifted. Her jaw tightened. She pushed her glasses up, blinking hard. When the last video ended, her hand hovered near her mouth. "Ryan," she whispered, voice low and shaky. "Do you have any idea what this means? If this is legit, if this gets out, it has to get out." Ryan cut in, leaning forward. "People deserve the truth, Clara. They need to see this." But she didn't look convinced. She scanned the cafe like she expected someone to be, listening. "You don't get it," she said, voice taut. "This isn't just some internal scandal. If you're right, the people behind this, they won't just scrub the footage. They'll come for you, for me." Ryan nodded slowly. He already knew. He'd known for days, but knowing didn't make it any easier. The days that followed were a fog of tension and half-whispered plans. Clara used her contacts to check the metadata, trace sources, verify footage frames. Ryan stayed close, helping, where he could, but the pressure was mounting. Then it started. His apartment was broken into, nothing taken, but everything overturned. Drawers open, contents dumped like someone had been searching. Precisely. His phone wouldn't stop ringing, blocked, numbers, always hanging up the second he answered. He started noticing the same black SUV parked near his building, always a different spot, always just far enough to pretend it was coincidence. Paranoia crept in like mold in the walls. Sleep became a stranger. He jumped at every sound, every knock. Clara noticed too. "You need to back off for a bit," she said one night, eyes red from reading transcripts. "Let me take it from here. You're too close to this." He wanted to argue, but he didn't have the energy. So he left her office around midnight, driving aimlessly, windows down to shake. The fog from his brain, that's when he saw them. Headlights. Close. Too close. At first, he figured it was just another driver, but they stayed behind him. Every turn he made, they matched it. When he sped up, they sped up. Panic hit like a sucker punch. He veered off, into a side street, then another, winding through empty back roads. Still there, still following. White-knuckling the wheel, Ryan didn't go home. Instead, he drove out past the city limits and checked into a grimy motel that reeked of cigarettes and disinfectant. Paid in cash, parked out back where the security cameras didn't quite reach. He spent the night on the bed, staring at the door, a chair wedged under the handle, his bag beside him, the hard drive inside, a hard drive that could shatter everything if it ever saw daylight. The next morning, his mind made up. Ryan called Clara. They agreed on a secure drop. A different cafe this time. Neutral ground. Safe. Or so he thought. But when he got there, Clara was nowhere in sight. The cafe was closed. Chairs still stacked. On tables. On the inside of the glass door was a single piece of paper, scrawled in black ink. Trust no one. They're watching me too. Ryan felt his stomach twist, a cold sweat prickling the back of his neck. He stood there, staring, heart pounding in his ears. He knew right then he had no more allies. That night, he boarded a Greyhound heading halfway across the country. No destination in mind, just away. The hard drive was sewn into a secret pocket, inside his jacket. The last proof. The last piece of truth. He didn't know where he was going or how he'd get the footage out to the world. But he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't stop now. Evan Carter didn't believe in conspiracy theories. He thought they were just bedtime stories for people who couldn't accept how random and screwed up the world really was. The kind of stuff you'd hear from the guy in the break room who always whispered about what they don't want you to know. He'd heard the chatter about Denver International Airport, of course. Everyone had. The murals, the tunnels, the weird horse statue with glowing red eyes. But it never meant anything to him. Just internet rabbit holes and stoner podcasts. So when his flight got rerouted through Denver, he figured it'd just be another layover. Maybe grab a beer, kill time scrolling on his phone. But as his cab approached the airport, something tightened in his chest. The first thing he saw was that statue, Lucifer, locals called it. Massive, cobalt blue, rearing back with veins like rivers of shadow. Its eyes glowed red against the dusk, not just lit up, burning like it saw him coming. Creepy bastard, ain't it? The cabbie muttered, catching Evan staring. Killed. The guy who made it, you know. Crushed him before they even got the thing installed. Evan glanced at the driver, unsure if he was joking. I'm serious, the man added. Statues cursed, whole damn places. Evan gave a weak chuckle, brushing it off. Right. Bet the Illuminati built it too. The cabbie didn't laugh. Inside, the airport buzzed with the usual controlled chaos. Families, businessmen, tourists. But something about it felt off. The ceilings too high. The silence between announcements too sharp. He kept catching airport staff exchanging glances, as if they were in on something he wasn't. And then there were the murals. He stopped in front of one. It showed children in coffins, soldiers with gas masks, fire and ruin behind rainbow-coloured flags. A message beneath it. Peace through authority. Evan stared. Who the hell greenlit this? No one answered. He started walking again, faster now, luggage wheels squeaking behind him. He tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to him like static. Maybe it was the lack of windows, or the way every hallway curved just slightly, like it didn't want you to know where you were. Or maybe it was that, no matter how far he walked, he never saw the same people twice. His gate was at the far end of Concourse C. As he waited, he noticed a maintenance door cracked open just down the hall. A man in a grey jumpsuit slipped through, eyes darting. When Evan looked again, the door had shut. His phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Don't go underground. He looked around. No one was looking at him. His stomach turned. Maybe conspiracy theories weren't bedtime stories. Maybe they were warnings. Standing in its shadow was something else entirely. Evan paused, suitcase handle clenched in his hand. The thing loomed over. Him, the blue horse, its glowing red eyes practically pulsing in the fading light. The air felt wrong, heavy, like a thunderstorm was coming, but the sky was clear. He shook it off, tried to laugh at himself. Get a grip, man. You're just tired. It had been a long day. 2 delays, 1 gate change, and a middle seat next to a guy who coughed the whole flight. The airport loomed ahead, its white, peaked roofline rising like snow-capped mountains. Or maybe tents from some surreal circus from another world. It was striking, sure, but also off. There was something too purposeful in its design, like it had been built to resemble something specific, but no one could quite say what. Inside, the terminal buzzed with motion. The rhythmic chaos of rolling suitcases, overhead announcements, and footsteps bouncing off vaulted ceilings gave the place a kind of sterile energy. Evan checked his watch. 2 hours till his next flight. Enough time to stretch his legs, maybe grab a coffee. He wandered. That's when the murals caught his eye. They weren't just decorative, they were loud. One spanned an entire wall, fires devouring forests, soldiers in gas masks marching over, ruins. Children huddled beneath a storm-black sky. It looked like a scene out of some dystopian nightmare. But just a few feet away, another mural, this one bright, almost blinding, showed kids from every continent holding hands, a rainbow overhead, doves in flight, unity, peace, hope. The contrast made his skin crawl. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, stepping closer. He tilted his head, examining the mural more closely. Amid the chaos, just barely visible, were strange symbols. A pattern in the clouds, a triangle hidden in the folds of a cloak. Even the shadows cast by the painted figures seemed intentional, too precise. It was like the artist had buried something in plain sight. Strange, ain't it? Came a voice behind him. Evan turned, startled. An older man in a janitor's uniform stood nearby, mop in one hand, the other resting on his rolling cart. His face was lined, his grey stubble, uneven. But his eyes, they were alert, watching. What is? Evan asked. The man nodded toward the mural. These paintings, people think they're just art. Nah, they're more like messages, warnings even. Evan laughed, but it came out thin. Warnings about what? The TSA line? The janitor didn't smile. He just shrugged, eyes still locked on the wall. Depends who you ask. Some say it's about the end of the world. Others think it's about what's buried under our feet. Evan frowned. What, like, metaphorically buried? The man leaned in slightly, voice dropping. You ever hear about the tunnels? Underneath this place? Go on for miles. Some say they're just for luggage and security routes, but others... He hesitated. Others say there's stuff down there we're not meant to find. Evan blinked. You serious? The janitor didn't answer. Instead, he straightened, pushed his cart forward, and started whistling. Something old and vaguely military. It echoed strangely off the walls. Evan watched him go, unsure whether to laugh or chase after him. He turned back to the mural, but now it felt different, like it was watching him. As he walked away, trying to shake the unease, he started noticing more. The weird gargoyles near baggage claim, one of them smirking like it knew a secret. The way certain corridors seemed to bend just slightly, like they were nudging him somewhere. And the symbols. Once he saw them, he couldn't unsee them. Carved into the walls, etched in the tiles, hidden in the carpet patterns like a breadcrumb trail for the paranoid. Geometric shapes, spirals, sigils he didn't recognize. It was like the building was speaking a language he didn't understand, but his gut did. With over an hour left before his flight, Evan kept walking. The main terminal faded behind him. The noise dimmed, the crowds thinned, and the further he went, the less the airport felt like an airport, and more like something else entirely. The lighting dimmed as Evan moved deeper into the corridor, the polished airport floors giving way to old scuffed tiles that didn't reflect much except the flicker of a dying fluorescent bulb overhead. The change wasn't just visual, it was atmospheric. like the air had thickened, growing heavy with something he couldn't name. He tried to brush it off. Probably just nerves. Airports made him jumpy, always had. Too many people, too many signs, too many chances to miss a gate or lose your bag or worse. And Denver. Denver was a maze. He'd gotten lost here once as a teenager during a layover and swore he'd never come back. Yet here he was, walking into God knows where with a stupid coffee cup in his hand and no real reason for it. But this was different. There were no people around now. No distant murmur of conversation, no beeping carts or rolling luggage. Just silence. And that silence pressed on him. The seating areas looked abandoned. Kiosks were dark. Even the vending machines had their lights off, like they hadn't been touched in years. It was like he'd slipped into a forgotten wing of the airport. One no one had used in a long, long time. That's when he saw it. At the end of the corridor, between two maintenance doors, was another door, plain, unmarked, and slightly ajar. The flickering light above it buzzed softly, casting pale, twitchy shadows across the threshold. It didn't scream restricted, but it didn't belong either. It had that odd quality of being both visible and hidden at once. Evan stopped, heart ticking faster now. Logic screamed to turn around. Go back to the terminal, grab a snack, rejoin humanity like a normal person. But the door gnawed at him, like it was waiting for someone to finally notice it. Waiting for him. He glanced around. No security cameras, no warning signs, no airport staff. Hell, he hadn't seen another person in at least 10 minutes. That, more than anything, unsettled him. Airports don't go quiet. Not completely. Not like this. He stepped closer. His sneakers squeaked on the tile, a soft sound that echoed far too loudly. The door resisted slightly when he pushed it open, the hinges letting out a slow metallic groan. Beyond was a narrow, industrial stairwell, the kind that smelled like concrete dust and mildew. The air hit him like a draft from a basement, cooler, a little damp, tinged with the metallic tang of rusted pipes and old machines. The stairwell descended in a tight spiral. A single fluorescent light buzzed overhead, stuttering every few seconds like it was struggling to stay awake. Evans swallowed hard. Just a service corridor. Probably just leads to maintenance or baggage or something. Still, he stepped inside. His footsteps echoed off the concrete, each one sounding like it belonged to someone else. The deeper he went, the more off balance he felt. It was like the stairwell was tilting slightly, pulling him in. The light overhead flickered one last time, then died, leaving him in near darkness. At the bottom was a hallway. It stretched out, in both directions, long and sterile, bare concrete walls, brushed steel doors, no windows, no markings. The air was colder down here. The humming he'd noticed upstairs was louder now. Not mechanical exactly. More organic, rhythmic, like a pulse. A low-frequency thrum that vibrated faintly in his bones. He turned around. The stairwell behind him was empty. The door at the top now closed, and somehow impossibly distant. A weird sense of finality settled in his chest, and still, he walked forward. Each footstep bounced off the walls and came back louder. The doors he passed were all the same. Thick, grey, industrial. No labels, no handles on the outside. Like they weren't meant to be opened from here. The flickering lights above created short bursts of clarity, glimpses of the hallway's details, before plunging him back into a jittery dimness. He wasn't sure how far he'd gone. The place bent time. The uniformity of it all made it impossible to tell where one section ended and another began. Then, a door that was different. It was wider, taller, heavier looking. The surface was etched, not just scratched but carved with strange geometric patterns, the same ones he'd seen upstairs, buried in the murals, the floor tiles, the carpet designs. They weren't abstract after all. They were instructions, a language, a map. His hand hovered over the handle, fingers trembling. He leaned in, pressing his ear to the cold metal. Something was humming behind it. Not machinery, something else. Fragmented, like they were slipping through his fingers faster than he could catch them. He shouldn't be here. He knew that now, knew it in the cold, primal part of his brain that had kept humans alive for millennia by telling them when to run. But his feet wouldn't move. Something about the room, the people, the symbols. It was like he'd stepped into the hidden spinal cord of something massive, something ancient, something operating just beneath the skin of the world he thought he understood. The woman at the head of the table lifted her eyes again. They flicked once toward the monitor wall, then slowly, deliberately, to the door, to him. Evan's lungs froze, and then, one by one, the others turned to look. No shouts, no alarms, just a slow, synchronized pivot of attention that somehow felt worse. As if they'd known he would come. As if they'd been waiting. The woman didn't speak, she just gestured, a single, sharp flick of her fingers. And in that instant, every screen in the room went dark. The lights overhead cut out a moment later, one by one, in a sequence that echoed like dominoes falling in reverse. Click, click, click. The humming stopped. Evan's instincts finally took over. He slammed the door shut and staggered back, his shoulder hitting the wall behind him. Panic clawed at his throat. He turned to run, but the hallway wasn't the same. The stairwell was gone, no doors, no signs, just a smooth concrete corridor stretching endlessly in both directions, swallowed in flickering shadows. He spun in place, disoriented. Had he turned the wrong way? Had the hallway changed? His heart raced. His breath came in short, stuttering, bursts. From somewhere behind the wall, he heard the soft hiss of hydraulics, a mechanical click. Then another. They were coming. Evan bolted. He didn't think, just ran. His footsteps thundered down the corridor, echoing like a drumbeat chasing him deeper into the labyrinth. But the hallway didn't end, no matter how far. He ran, no matter how many turns he took. Each corner led to another. The lights above flickered erratically now, casting him in and out of darkness like a strobe. And behind him, faint at first, but growing, the sound of footsteps. Measured. Calm. Too calm. He glanced over his shoulder and saw shadows moving, in the distance. Figures. Silent and slow and unrelenting. They didn't need to rush. They knew this place. It belonged to them. And now, so did he. Evan's mind was moving slow, like it was stuck in molasses, but his heart was sprinting, trying to catch up to what his eyes were seeing. This wasn't just some forgotten back corridor or a dusty maintenance tunnel tucked behind security. No, this was something else. Something wrong. It wasn't supposed to be here, not in a place like an airport, where everything had a purpose, a label, a rule. This place felt like a secret that had been buried too deep, and somehow he'd stumbled right into the middle of it. He stood there, unmoving, barely breathing. He didn't belong here, not just in a "you're not allowed" kind of way, more like he'd wandered into a world that wasn't meant for human eyes. A dark, silent world that hadn't noticed him yet. But then, one of the figures at the table moved. It was small, just a turn of the head, like they were stretching their neck. Then their eyes locked onto him. Evan's stomach dropped. The air changed. He could feel it. It thickened, grew cold. That stare, it didn't just see him. It read him. Like it knew who he was, what he'd done, what he was thinking before he even thought it. He tried to move, run, anything, but his body betrayed him. His feet wouldn't lift, his knees wouldn't bend. He was stuck, frozen in that silent, watching moment, caught between logic and terror, his brain scrambling to make sense of it. And then a hand landed on his shoulder. He flinched hard. The grip was strong, too strong. Not angry, not frantic, just firm, controlled. He turned sharply and came face to face with two men in black uniforms. Clean, official looking, no logos, no names. Their expressions were blank, not bored, not curious, just flat, like they'd done this 1,000 times and didn't need to feel anything about it. The taller one stepped in, close enough that Evan could see the faint scar above his eyebrow. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, voice low, almost conversational, but with an edge that made every word feel like a warning, like each syllable was carved from stone. Evan opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His brain was screaming for him to say something, anything, but the words just died. What excuse could he give? I got lost. I was curious. None of it would work. They weren't looking for explanations. They were assessing. The two men exchanged a quick look, just a flick of the eyes. Before Evan could react, there was a sting at his neck. Sharp. Quick. His whole body jolted. What the hell? He tried to spin away, but the world was already slipping. The lights overhead stretched like smudges on glass. The edges of everything blurred. The last thing he saw, right before the darkness swallowed him whole, was her. The woman at the table. She hadn't moved, just sat there, watching him. Eyes, like steel, cold, intelligent, emotionless. Not afraid, not angry, just calculating. And then, nothing. He woke up in a chair, hunched near his gate in the main terminal, surrounded by the hum of chatter, the clatter of luggage wheels, the muffled boarding announcements. The contrast hit him hard, too loud, too bright. Like waking from a nightmare you're not sure was a dream. His head pounded, a slow, pulsing ache at the base of his skull. He sat up, woozy, blinking through the fluorescent light. His neck. He rubbed the spot where the needle had hit, but there was nothing. No mark, no bruise, no sign. He checked his watch. Barely any time had passed. What the hell just happened? The speaker overhead crackled. Final boarding for Flight 273 to Los Angeles, Gate 16. His flight. He stood shakily, legs uncooperative, and reached for his bag. Something was off. He lifted it and froze. Lighter. He dropped it to the floor and unzipped it, his hands trembling. His camera was gone. So were the memory cards, all of them. The ones he always kept in the side pocket, like they'd known exactly what to take. He stood there for a beat, heart thudding, surrounded by travelers who didn't even glance his way. He zipped the bag back up and slung it over his shoulder, but that chill hadn't left him. If anything, it had burrowed deeper. As he boarded the plane, something felt wrong. Not just the missing gear. Him, his thoughts, his memory felt shredded, fragmented. He knew he'd seen something down there. The room, the symbols, the woman, the silence that pressed against his skull. But now it all felt like smoke, just out of reach, like someone had gone through his mind and erased the parts they didn't want him to remember. He left Denver that night, but Denver didn't leave him. What he saw, or thought he saw, became a splinter in his mind, always there, not bleeding, just nagging. He tried to talk about it once, twice, friends, co-workers, just to get it out. But the words sounded crazy. I found a hidden room in the airport. Yeah, right. Every time he mentioned it, he saw the polite nods, the sideways glances. That look people give when they're trying not to say, "Are you okay?" So eventually, he stopped talking about it, but he never forgot the woman's eyes. And sometimes, even now, when the night gets quiet and the house feels too still, he swears he can hear that voice again, low and deliberate. "You're not supposed to be here." They'd smile, nod. Sometimes offer a distracted, "That's wild, man," or a soft chuckle. Never outright calling him crazy, but always with that look in their eyes, that careful distance. The kind people use when they're humoring someone they don't quite trust. Eventually, Evan got the message. He stopped bringing it up, stopped trying to explain the gnawing feeling in his gut. He buried it deep, like a bad dream you convince yourself wasn't real. And for a while, that worked. But then he'd be flipping through the news and catch a segment about Denver International, or scrolling through a feed and stumble across a photo of its jagged white roofline, those spiked peaks like mountains trying to pierce the sky, and that same old feeling would crawl back up his spine. Cold, familiar, unfinished. The symbols, the murals. That room beneath the airport, humming with static and secrecy. They never fully left him, just hovered at the edge of his memory like smoke, like something he'd almost grasped but could never quite name. A dream where you know something is wrong but you can't wake up. In the years that followed, Evan made it a point to avoid Denver. If a flight connected there, he'd rebook, take the long route, drive even. It wasn't just fear, it was instinct, like staying away from the edge of a cliff when you're not sure what's real anymore. But no matter how many miles he put between himself and that airport, the unease stayed. It lived in him now. In the quiet moments, in the pauses between thoughts, because deep down, he knew he'd seen something that night, something vast, buried, protected, a truth too heavy for daylight, and no matter how far he ran, he couldn't unsee it, couldn't unknow it, and worse, he couldn't prove it. Still, one question scratched at the back of his mind, persistent, sharp, unrelenting. What the hell had he seen under that airport? And how far would someone go to make sure he never found out? The curious and the hauntingly beautiful stories that make you wonder what's really out there. Tonight's journey takes a different turn. A tale of one woman, a quiet life, and an encounter that would forever alter the fabric of her reality. But before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? And what time is it in your part of the world? It always amazes us how these stories travel, connecting curious minds across continents. If you enjoy these calm explorations of the unknown, be sure to subscribe and join our growing community of night thinkers and dream wanderers. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, let the noise of the day melt away, and prepare to step into a story that blurs the line between earth and sky, between truth and memory. Evelyn Harper never thought of herself as anyone particularly special. She lived in a quiet corner of the Midwest, in a town so small that folks still left their doors unlocked and waved to each other from porches. She taught third grade, read thick novels, talked to the crickets out back when the nights got long. It was a simple life, predictable, and she liked it that way. Most days, her world was defined by the rising sun and the rhythm of routine. Coffee in the chipped blue mug, the crossword puzzle from the town's only paper, a cat named Waffles who came and went as he pleased. Mornings began with the soft trill of birdsong outside her farmhouse window, the breeze stirring the lace curtain like an old friend. By the time she poured her second cup of coffee, the horizon would already be glowing amber over the cornfields. She loved her job, even when it exhausted her. Her classroom buzzed with the laughter and noise of 8-year-olds trying to outspell each other or splatter finger paint across every surface in sight. Evelyn had a gift for storytelling, for making long division feel like a magic trick and vocabulary words like clues to hidden treasure. Her students adored her, and she adored them right back. When the final bell rang, she'd tidy up the art supplies, erase the whiteboard, and take a moment to just breathe in the stillness. The echo of her own footsteps down the hallway reminded her that some spaces are only ever truly quiet when children leave them. Evenings belonged to her. Home, solitude, peace. She'd cook simple dinners, zucchini and squash from the garden, maybe a slice of cornbread if she felt indulgent. She ate alone, with the hum of the fridge and the low murmur of the radio to keep her company. Afterward, she'd curl up in the armchair by the front window, the old one with the faded cushion and creaky joints, and lose herself in a book or the silence. Out here, the stars felt closer, like if you just stood still long enough, the sky might speak. Evelyn didn't know it yet, but something was coming. And the stillness she loved so much, it was about to be interrupted. Book in hand. Sometimes a well-worn novel, sometimes her leather-bound journal. Evelyn Harper cherished this time of day. Dusk, that soft hush when the world seemed to exhale. The sky would melt into hues of lavender and peach, the kind of colours that made everything feel like it was holding its breath. One by one, stars would blink into view, timid at first, then bold. She'd step out onto her creaky front porch, her chipped ceramic mug warm in her hands, and watch the heavens come alive. The crickets would start up, sharp, rhythmic, comforting, like the earth itself was humming her a lullaby. The breeze would rustle through the tall grass, just enough to stir the edge of her shawl. To most people, her life might have looked empty, too quiet, too still, but for Evelyn, it was perfect. She'd carved this place out of the noise, a corner of the world untouched by city clamour or blinking notifications. No traffic, no shouting, no rush, just her, the stars, and the promise that tomorrow would arrive in the same gentle way as today. Still, some nights, when the moon hung low and fat over the horizon, something stirred beneath all that contentment. A quiet unease, a whisper she couldn't name. Evelyn would catch herself staring up longer than usual, her tea forgotten, her thoughts drifting, not toward adventure. No, she didn't crave that. She loved her life, loved the routine, but there was a tug, a slow curiosity about what lay beyond that night sky. She didn't speak of it, not to the women at church who asked if she was lonely, not to the cashier who always offered a kind smile and a, "You doing all right today, Miss Harper?" It was just a soft question that lived in the back of her mind. What else is out there? Evelyn believed in small joys, the giggle of a child spelling elephant wrong with confidence, the warmth of the sun on her back while she weeded the tomatoes, the way the stars seemed to wink at her like old friends. Her life was small, and she'd built it that way. But the universe doesn't ask permission to intrude, and for Evelyn Harper, the stars she loved so dearly were about to answer, her silent wondering with something real, something vast. It started on a Tuesday, nothing unusual. The air hung thick with the scent of wildflowers blooming along the fence line. She'd just settled into her porch rocker, the tea steeping strong in her favourite mug, cinnamon and clove, warming her nose. Her house sat at the edge of a wide, open field, just endless grass and sky. No neighbours in sight, no lights except for the stars. The quiet was like a balm. The wind brushed through the grass like fingers through hair. The cicadas were winding down, the crickets coming alive. She let the stillness wrap around her, deep and grounding. But then, something shifted. The air felt wrong. Not cold, not dangerous, just off, like the world was holding its breath. Evelyn sat up slightly, her brow furrowing. The crickets chirped on, oblivious. She tried to shake the feeling, chalked it up to nerves or too much caffeine, but her grip on the mug tightened anyway. She tilted her head back to look at the stars, unusually bright tonight. They stretched across the sky in dizzying clusters, as if someone had spilled glitter across black velvet. The moon was low, casting an almost silvery hue over the field. She exhaled, let her shoulders drop. But then, they stopped. The crickets. Gone. Just gone. Not fading out, not pausing. They were just there, and then they weren't. The silence slammed into her like a vacuum, not a sound, not even the wind. It was thick, too thick, the kind of silence that made your own heartbeat feel intrusive. Evelyn froze, mug still half raised, fingers trembling. She set it down, slowly, carefully. Something was wrong. Maybe a coyote, she thought, or a bobcat. The crickets always paused when predators passed through, but not like this. This was longer, heavier. She leaned forward in her chair, every nerve stretched taut. Her eyes scanned the horizon. Nothing moved, not the grass, not the trees. It was like the world had turned to glass. And then she saw it, a light, faint, bluish white, hovering just above the field. Someone had seen her just as clearly as she had seen it. She smiled through spelling tests and read aloud from Charlotte's Web with the same gentle cadence as always. But beneath the calm exterior was a storm of thoughts. Every time a child asked a question, her eyes flicked towards the windows. Every time the intercom buzzed, her heart skipped a beat. It was as if something in her perception had shifted, cracked, and she couldn't tape it back together. During recess, Evelyn stood at the edge of the playground, watching the kids chase each other under the brilliant blue sky, the kind of clear, cloudless day that should have soothed her. But instead, it made her feel exposed, vulnerable. Back home that evening, the familiar quiet that once comforted her now felt oppressive. The creaks of her house were no longer quaint. They were suspect. Her routines felt robotic. The warmth of her kitchen, the tick of the clock, even the smell of the tomatoes ripening on her windowsill. None of it anchored her like it used to. As dusk fell again, Evelyn found herself staring at the horizon long before the sun had fully set, her heart already picking up pace with every inch the sky darkened. She didn't sit on the porch this time. Instead, she remained just behind the screen door, tea untouched, eyes wide, scanning. Nothing came that night, nor the next. But the feeling didn't go away. It deepened. She began to notice small things, flickers of static on the old television screen whenever she turned it on. Her radio turning itself on to a frequency she didn't remember ever using, one that hummed with distant, garbled voices. Lights flickering for a split second when she entered the room. One morning, she woke to find her back door ajar. Not wide open, just slightly, just enough to suggest someone had either left or entered. The lock, she swore, had been set. That same morning, her garden rows looked off, as if something heavy had passed over them. A faint pattern of pressed grass curved through the space between her tomatoes and the corn. She tried to write it, off as wind, or a deer. But the arcs were too perfect. The grass bent in deliberate swoops. Still, she told no one. Not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't know how. What could she say? I think something is watching me. Something not from here. She didn't want to be the woman people whispered about at the supermarket. The woman the kids laughed at behind her back. So she stayed quiet. But each night, the unease grew. One evening, as she finally dared to step back out onto her porch again, against every screaming instinct not to, she brought with her a camera. Not a digital one, an old Polaroid. It felt more real, less likely to fail her. She sat, waiting. Nothing happened. But when she flipped through the photos the next morning, one of them showed something strange. A faint blur of light in the corner. Nothing distinct, but there. And Evelyn hadn't seen anything like it when she took the picture. The next night, she brought the camera again, and this time, she didn't sleep at all. And that's when it happened. A soft hum rising up just after midnight. Not mechanical, not man-made. It pulsed, low and rhythmic, vibrating through her floorboards. She stepped outside again, heart pounding. The field was empty, but the stars, those familiar companions, they were gone. The sky was wrong. The constellations were missing, or moved. Evelyn's breath hitched in her chest. Her skin tingled with a feeling she couldn't name, like standing on the edge of a cliff, unaware you're about to fall. And then, the light returned, this time closer. Lower. It didn't hover, at a distance. It approached. Evelyn didn't move, couldn't. Her feet rooted to the porch. The glow washed over her, soft but powerful, bathing the world in otherworldly hues. She felt something then, a presence, not hostile, not exactly, but immense. It wasn't just looking at her, it was inside her, seeing, measuring, knowing, and just like that. It was gone. No sound, no breeze, just silence. Again, the stars returned, slowly, sheepishly, and Evelyn collapsed to her knees, her heart hammering so loudly it drowned out everything else. She never told anyone what she remembered from that night, because she didn't know if it was memory or dream. All she knew was this. From that moment forward, she was not the same. And deep down, beneath the fear, beyond the confusion, Evelyn Harper had one undeniable truth anchored in her soul. They would be back, taken to keeping with her at all times. Not for the dark, but for control, some semblance of it. Semblance. She hadn't slept in over 48 hours. Her eyes were bloodshot, her thoughts fragmented. The tea had gone cold beside her, untouched. The house creaked under its own weight, each sound now amplified by her fraying nerves. The humming had returned, louder. It came in rhythmic pulses, like a heartbeat, but not hers. She could feel it in her ribs, as if something alive was pushing through the air itself, sinking with her body, testing its boundaries. Her skin prickled with electricity, not metaphorically, literally. Static danced along her arms and fingertips when she moved. She hadn't told anyone, not even her sister, who'd left a voicemail 2 days earlier. "Hey, Ev. Just checking in. Call me back? You sound a little off lately." Evelyn never returned the call. She knew she was unraveling, but she also knew it wasn't just in her head. That night, something new happened. As she sat there, sleepless, eyes trained on the front door as if daring it to open, the flashlight in her hand flickered. Not out, not dim, just shivered, like something unseen had passed in front of it. Then came the knock, not loud, not aggressive, just 3 gentle taps. Tap, tap, tap. Evelyn froze. The flashlight trembled in her grip. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Tap, a 4th, softer, closer. She stood, moving toward the door as though pulled by invisible thread. Her feet felt numb, her head light. She passed the mirror in the hall and caught her reflection. Something in her eyes looked wrong. Dilated. Feral. Not like her at all. She reached the door, placed a hand on it. Silence. No wind. No animals. Not even that haunting hum. She opened it. The field lay stretched before her like a canvas of silver under the moonlight. But she wasn't looking at the field. She was looking up, and it was there, no longer hovering at a distance. It was above her house, directly. The light wasn't a beam. It was a sphere now, encompassing, wrapping her world in that strange, pulsing glow. She stepped forward without realizing, her flashlight dropping from her hand and rolling off the porch. The air felt thick, charged. There was a voice, though no mouth spoke it. It didn't come from the sky or from within. It came from through her, a single thought, planted like a seed. You are known. Evelyn dropped to her knees, and everything went white. She woke up in her bed. Daylight, but not morning. Afternoon. She sat up slowly. Her clothes had changed, her nightgown replaced with the long flannel dress she hadn't worn in weeks. Her fingernails had soil beneath them. Her ankles were bruised, as though shackled. She stumbled to the bathroom and gasped. New mark. Not a circle, a symbol, etched just below her collarbone, as though burned there. Not by heat, but by something deeper. It was intricate, geometric. It pulsed faintly under her skin, like an echo from a language she couldn't comprehend but felt nonetheless. That afternoon, she didn't go to work. She didn't call in. She sat on her porch for the first time in weeks. Not out of comfort, out of surrender, because now Evelyn Harper knew whatever had come for her had left something behind. To fight them, what was the point? Resistance only brought exhaustion, and the exhaustion made it easier for them to come. Evelyn Harper had surrendered, not out of weakness, but out of sheer depletion. The flashlight she once carried religiously now gathered dust on the mantel, untouched since the night it slipped from her trembling hands. She no longer checked the locks on her windows. She didn't close the curtains. She just waited. The silence in her house became a second skin. No crickets, no wind. Even the refrigerator seemed to hum less than it used to. Only the ticking of the old clock persisted, each second falling like a drop of water in a well too deep to see the bottom. And then there was the object. It remained on her nightstand, unmoving, always cold to the touch, no matter the temperature in the room. She hadn't dared throw it away. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. The one time she tried to take it out to the field and bury it, she collapsed before she reached the fence. Her body simply stopped responding, her vision narrowing to a tunnel of white noise and static, until she dropped to her knees, gasping for breath. When she came to, the object was back on the nightstand, exactly where it had been. She tried not to look at it anymore, but sometimes, out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw the patterns on its surface shifting, moving like circuitry, alive. She stopped sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. Each night brought a new interruption, the humming returning just beneath the threshold of sound, a sudden flash of light reflecting off her bedroom walls, the sensation, always the sensation, that someone was standing just outside the room, just beyond the door, waiting, watching, and sometimes they were. She never saw them directly again. Not like that first night, but they lingered at the edge of her senses, in the bathroom mirror where a second shadow would flicker behind hers, in the reflection of the TV screen when it was off and the room should have been empty. Once, she found footprints in the soft dirt outside her bedroom window, bare, human-like, but impossibly long. The marks on her skin kept appearing. More now, always symmetrical, always perfect. Some were patterns she couldn't decipher, concentric circles, jagged triangles, a line of dots that trailed down her spine like a constellation. Some faded within days. Others never did. The worst part wasn't the physical, it was the knowing. The deep, inescapable knowing that she wasn't alone, that she'd never be alone again, that her mind, her body, her existence had been rewritten in ways she couldn't begin to understand. She'd tried to tell herself she was imagining it, at first, sleep paralysis maybe, hallucinations from stress or loneliness. But those thoughts didn't hold water anymore. Not when she woke up standing in her garden with dirt under her nails and no memory of getting there. Not when her phone recorded hours of silence each night until, at 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday, it captured a sound that made her blood run cold. A voice, not hers, not anyone's she recognized. Soft, mechanical, layered, saying her name. Evelyn Harper. Known. The next day her phone was gone. She didn't look for it. What would be the point? She didn't tell anyone. Not her sister, not her co-workers, no one. She stopped going to. The grocery store stopped answering her door. School had become a distant memory, like another life. She knew if she tried to explain, they'd call it delusion, sleep deprivation, psychosis. But she wasn't crazy. She knew what was real because every night, whether she wanted it or not, they returned. And whatever they had done to her, however they had marked her, they weren't finished. And now, neither was she. Then she started keeping a journal, just scraps at first. Dates, times, a note about the lights, a scribble about the humming, that strange static sensation crawling across her skin like invisible ants. Evelyn wrote everything down, trying to make sense of it. She'd sit hunched over the kitchen table at night, pen in hand, jaw clenched, ears straining for that low, ever-present hum she swore she could still hear, even when everything else was silent. She dove into research, Reddit threads, fringe blogs, dusty library books with cracked spines and titles like Visitors Among Us and Beyond the Veil, alien abduction stories. God, there were so many. And weirdly, they brought her comfort. The terrifying kind of comfort that comes from knowing you're not alone in your madness. But none of it, not even the wildest claims, fully explained what was happening to her. She tried telling her friend Hannah once. They were drinking coffee at the diner, the one off Route 18 with the peeling red booths and flickering sign. Evelyn said quietly, "Have you ever felt like you weren't really alone? Like maybe someone, or something, is watching you?" She didn't say aliens. She couldn't. But Hannah's polite smile, that uncomfortable chuckle, the way her eyes darted toward the exit, that was enough. Evelyn saw it written all over her face. "You've lost it." After that, she stopped talking, buried it deeper. She knew no one would believe her, so she clung to her journal like it was the only tether left to reality. But the most disturbing part, it wasn't the lights, or the burns that looked like symbols on her wrist, or the tall, silent figures she sometimes saw standing by her window. At 3:17 a.m., no, it was the dreams. They started creeping in a few weeks after the second incident, vivid, brutal fragments, her body frozen on a metal table, skin icy against the cold steel. A blinding light above, whiter than anything man-made. Shapes moved around her, not quite human. Gentle hands touched her like they were studying her, not helping her. And whispers. Sharp, rhythmic syllables in a language she'd never heard before, but her bones recognized. She'd wake up choking on her own breath, drenched in sweat, heart hammering so hard she swore it would crack her ribs. Evelyn didn't know what they wanted. She didn't know why they'd chosen her. But slowly, frighteningly, she began to accept it. Like her mind, overwhelmed, had flipped a switch. She stopped resisting. She stopped trying to explain. She just endured. And every night, before she closed her eyes, she'd whisper into the darkness, "Please, just let me remember everything next time. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories." Evelyn's story is just one of thousands. A chilling reminder that sometimes the truth isn't out there. It's already here, in the dark, watching, listening. Sleep well, if you can. Jake Wilder wasn't what you'd call adventurous. He was more microwave dinner at 10 p.m. than thrill-seeking explorer. Lived alone in a tight little apartment in Paramus, New Jersey. Freelance videographer by trade. Weddings, promos for dentists, the occasional indie music video if someone begged hard enough. It wasn't flashy, but it paid his bills and let him work in sweatpants. Jake liked that. He kept his space neat. OCD level neat. Lenses in custom cases. Cords zip-tied and color-coded. Hard drives labeled with dates and tiny notes like Jansen. Wedding. Fix audio. His corkboard above the desk looked like something out of a detective show, minus the murder. Sticky notes for clients. Deadlines. A photo of his dog Max, who died last year. That little apartment was his control center. Safe. Predictable. Just how he liked it. So when he got an email from one of his usual contacts about filming a corporate retreat up in the Catskills, he didn't think twice. Good pay, free food, hotel covered, cakewalk. The company was some finance group, Zelcor or Zeltrex, something like that. He didn't care. His job was to show up, film a bunch of team bonding crap and a few speeches, then cut together a highlight reel to the tune of some royalty-free inspirational track. He'd done 5 just like it in the last year. Friday morning, he made the 2-hour drive through foggy back roads and rolling hills. He was tired, slept like trash the night before, but the thought of crisp mountain air and a soft hotel bed kept him going. And then he saw the place. It rose out of the trees like some medieval fantasy dropped in the middle of New York. Stone, turrets, ivy curling up the walls, carved gargoyles perched on every ledge like sentinels. The kind of hotel where a room costs more than his rent, and every window looked like it held secrets. The circular drive was packed with Teslas and matte black, SUVs, valets in red uniforms zipped around like chess pieces. Jake sat in his Honda Civic for a full minute before getting out. "This place is something," he muttered, grabbing his gear from the back seat. He couldn't shake the feeling. Something. About the air, the quiet, the way the building seemed to watch you, but he shrugged it off. Just nerves. Probably hadn't had enough coffee. He was wrong. Jake couldn't help but feel like his Civic stuck out like a sore thumb in a sea of glossy luxury sedans. Still, he'd been to high-end venues before. Mansions, in the Hamptons, rooftop galas in Manhattan, and he knew how to keep his head down and get the job done. Just another gig, just another paycheck. He parked in the designated staff lot, gravel crunching under the tires, and hauled his gear toward a discreet side entrance, following the instructions from the email. Inside, the hotel was even more extravagant than he'd expected. The lobby hit him like a movie set. Vaulted ceilings with intricate carvings, a chandelier the size of a small car dripping with crystals, and the soft crackle of a fire in a stone hearth at the far end. The air smelled like lavender and lemon, polish. Somewhere in the background, a piano drifted through the speakers. Something old, something graceful. He approached the front desk and was directed to the event coordinator, a woman named Lauren. She was tall, trim, and moved with a no-nonsense efficiency that reminded Jake of a stage manager on opening night. "You're Jake, right? Good. Here's your schedule," she said, flipping through a clipboard before handing over a printed packet. "We'll need a mix of wide and tight shots. Start in the conference hall. The CEO's speaking at 3, and it has to go smoothly. Be set up early. No hiccups." "Got it," Jake replied, already scanning the layout in his head. He wheeled his cases through the maze of pristine hallways, his sneakers squeaking slightly on the polished marble floors. Every surface gleamed, the kind of place where even the houseplants looked expensive. He passed hotel staff adjusting floral arrangements, fluffing chair cushions, checking symmetry with the precision of engineers. They barely looked up. Everyone had a task. Everyone moved with quiet purpose. The conference hall was enormous, like something out of a royal estate. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over dense pine forest, sunlight slanting in through the trees like golden fingers. Jake paused at the back of the room, letting the calm wash over him before diving in. He set up quickly, checking his angles, testing the mic, adjusting for the light. Years of experience had taught him what could go wrong, and he was borderline obsessive about backups, a second camera, extra batteries, redundant audio feeds. He wasn't getting caught off guard again. Not after that disaster at the Syracuse wedding 3 summers ago. The morning blurred by in a flurry of lens changes and slow panning shots. He got footage of the hotel exterior, guests laughing politely, over tiny cups of coffee, speakers prepping their PowerPoints. The attendees were mostly middle-aged, all of them dressed like they'd stepped off the cover of a corporate lifestyle magazine. Blazers without a wrinkle, watches that whispered 6-figure salary. Jake, in his worn jeans and windbreaker, kept his head down and did his job. By lunch, he'd captured more than enough. He grabbed a quick bite from the buffet, a lineup of gourmet sandwiches, quinoa salads, fruit carved into flowers, and chuckled to himself. A step up from his usual instant ramen and half bag of trail mix. Returning to the hall for the afternoon session, Jake felt good. The day had a rhythm to it. Nothing surprising, nothing difficult, just the way he liked it. But then, something shifted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them. 4 men in tailored black suits, slipping in through a side entrance like shadows. They didn't belong, not in the way the other guests did. Their presence was too sharp, too controlled. No name tags, no idle chatter, just quiet purpose. Government, maybe? Private security? Jake's camera stayed steady, but his eyes followed them. They moved toward Lauren. She didn't look surprised, just tense. She nodded once, tight, clipped, and gestured to the far end of the hall. The men turned, walking in step toward a pair of heavy double doors that Jake hadn't noticed before. Without a word, they vanished inside. Jake blinked. Something about the moment pressed against his nerves. He shook it off. Not my business. He had footage to collect, edits to plan. But even as he turned back to the stage and adjusted his focus, the image of those men lingered in the back of his mind, silent, sharp, and out of place. Something about the whole scene felt off. And for the first time all day, Jake didn't feel entirely in control. Jake kept his head down, reminding himself that corporate retreats often attracted VIPs, CEOs, government types, even celebrities sometimes made low-key appearances. He'd seen it before, executive entourages with sunglasses and earpieces, all the pageantry of wealth and power. Probably nothing, he told himself, just another high-profile guest and their security detail. But deep down, something didn't sit right. What had started as a routine weekend gig, a basic shoot in a stunning location, was starting to feel off. Jake didn't know it yet, but the strange, creeping sense in his gut wasn't paranoia. It was intuition, because everything was about to change. The first crack in normalcy came the next night. Jake was heading back to his room after a long shoot. His camera bag weighed heavy on his shoulder, his mind drifting to color correction and B-roll placement. As he cut through the lobby, he spotted them again, the men in black suits, clustered near the side entrance like shadows. He slowed without meaning to. These weren't hotel employees. No badges, no rehearsed smiles. They didn't move like concierge staff. They didn't smile at all. Their postures were military, spines straight, arms still, eyes constantly sweeping the room in subtle arcs. Each wore a coiled earpiece, murmuring in low tones too faint for Jake to catch. He paused near a floral arrangement, pretending to check his phone while watching from the corner of his eye. One of the men said something into his sleeve. Another nodded almost imperceptibly. Outside, through the tall windows, Jake saw the row of matte black SUVs, sleek, identical, unmarked. Their windows were tinted so dark, they reflected the pine forest behind them like black mirrors. His gut tightened. He'd filmed events with private security before, some even with off-duty cops. But this wasn't standard protection detail. These men moved with quiet, lethal efficiency, the kind of coordination you didn't learn guarding CEOs at conferences, the kind of intensity that didn't match the casual, buttoned-up world of corporate icebreakers and PowerPoint presentations. Jake stepped into the elevator, his bag bumping the wall. As the doors slid shut, he caught one final glimpse. Lauren, the event coordinator, standing near the men. She was speaking to them in hushed tones, her face unreadable. By the time he reached his floor, the question had burrowed into his brain. What kind of event needs that much muscle? The next day, things got stranger. It started around 10 a.m. Jake was setting up in a smaller conference room. Just a couple of cameras, soft lights, a mic rig. Pretty straightforward. But then he noticed them. New faces, walking in through a side hallway he hadn't seen used before. A dozen or so. Men and women. No name tags, no logos. All wearing suits sharper than the typical conference fare, tailored cuts, Italian leather shoes. They walked in pairs, tight and synchronized, eyes always flicking toward the edges of the room. No laughter, no coffee cups, No idle chatter. Jake crouched behind his tripod, pretending to adjust a lens. His instincts were buzzing. They weren't ordinary guests. Some carried slim, leather-bound folders, clutched like they held national secrets. Others had worn briefcases with pristine chrome buckles. One woman, tall and angular, had a messenger bag that looked more tactical than fashionable. They moved with discipline, like they'd done this before, like they were following a pattern only they could see. Jake tracked them through his viewfinder as they slipped through another set of doors at the rear of the conference wing. At the Y, doors were different. No signage, just a keypad with a glowing red light and a tiny black camera perched above it like a watchful eye. He stared, a chill climbing his spine. Those doors weren't on the floor plan. He was sure of it. He'd studied the layout that first morning. Nothing had been marked back there. He looked around, trying to spot Lauren or another coordinator. No one. The hallway behind him was empty. That ripple of unease he'd felt yesterday. Now it was. A wave. As the day wore on, more new arrivals trickled in. Not many, just a few at a time. But Jake started to notice a pattern. How they never checked in at the front desk. How the regular staff seemed to avoid eye contact with them. How even the other attendees steered clear. He kept filming, kept telling himself to stay in his lane. But, deep down, something told Jake he was standing on the edge of something he wasn't meant to see, and it was already too late to look away. Catch in his throat. Earlier that day, Jake had already sensed something was off. The atmosphere was too polished, too practiced. People talked in murmurs, casting glances over their shoulders like someone might be listening. The staff wore their professionalism like armor. Jake had an eye for this. Years behind a camera had trained him to spot the moments most people missed. And this place, it was brimming with them. He first noticed her in the lobby, early 40s maybe, hair in a perfect bob that hadn't moved, in the breeze. She wore a navy pantsuit so sharply tailored it could have cut glass. She was holding a slim tablet against her chest like it held state secrets, whispering to an older man with silver hair slicked back, military style. Their exchange was brief, tense. Then the man's eyes flicked across the room, quick, calculated. Jake looked away fast, pretending to adjust the focus ring on his lens, heart tapping a nervous rhythm in his chest. Later, he stepped outside for lunch and spotted them again. The black SUVs. Same ones as before. Engines off, but positioned just so. The drivers looked like they'd been printed from the same mold. Black suits, clean cuts. Not a smile between them. One leaned on the hood, arms crossed, an earpiece catching the sunlight. Not security, not really. Too still, too focused. This wasn't about keeping people safe. It was about keeping people out. By evening, something in the hotel's energy had shifted. Where there'd been chatter and clinking glasses, now there was a hush. The employees moved quicker, heads down. No small talk. Even Lauren, always poised, the kind of woman who could juggle flaming knives if it meant saving an event, was fraying at the edges. She snapped at her crew, eyes darting toward the back doors like she was waiting for someone, or something, to come through them. Jake's instincts kicked into overdrive. He'd spent the last 10 years filming weddings, retreats, and launches, catching fleeting smiles and awkward glances. And none of this was normal. The security, the silence, the looming pressure in the air, it all whispered that something big was being hidden behind those double doors. Still, he told himself to let it go. Get the shots, deliver the reel, move on. That's what he always did. He wasn't a reporter, he wasn't a spy, but walking back to his room, passing that hallway bathed in quiet shadow, he felt it. Like standing on the edge of a sinkhole, the ground not yet giving, but not solid either. Later, he was reviewing footage. Nothing strange, nothing helpful, when a knock startled him. He opened the door to find a staff member, young guy, looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. The man handed over a plain envelope, avoiding eye contact. Clients made a few adjustments, he said. You're asked not to film in these areas tomorrow. He pulled out a map and pointed to a section near the south wing, the part Jake hadn't even scouted yet. Jake raised an eyebrow. There anything going on there? No, sir. Just follow the map, please. And just like that, he was gone. The request made no sense. That wing wasn't on any of the itineraries. No events, no guests. Why seal it off? Sleep didn't come easy that night. Around 2 a.m., Jake gave in. He slipped on his shoes, grabbed his camera, just in case, and stepped into the hushed hallways. The hotel had a different kind of quiet now. Not peaceful, expectant, like the walls were holding their breath. He wandered, feet taking him toward the off-limits wing. The corridors were dim, the gold lighting making everything feel a little too warm, a little too still. When he reached the end of the hallway, he saw them, 2 guards by the double doors. Not hotel security. These guys were bigger, bulkier, dressed like they didn't care if they blended in. Jake hung back, ducking behind a column. The guards were talking softly, casual enough to seem bored. Then one of their radios buzzed. He nodded, and the 2 walked off together, vanishing down the opposite hallway. Now or never. Jake slipped through the doors, each step silent, measured. The air on the other side was colder, filtered, like a hospital wing. The lights were fewer, casting long shadows across the sleek floor. He passed empty rooms, conference tables neatly set, untouched. Then, voices, low, layered, rising and falling in rhythms too measured to be casual conversation. He moved closer, body tight against the wall, heart hammering. He reached a room at the end of the corridor. The door was cracked, just enough. Jake leaned in, and what he saw made the camera tremble in his hands. Inside was a vast conference room, dressed in old money elegance. Dark wood paneling, crown moulding, a chandelier that hummed faintly overhead. Around a long, polished oak table sat nearly 3 dozen people. The only light came from a projector screen casting a pale glow across their faces, half shadowing them like a painting. Jake's breath caught. He didn't know most of them, but a few stood out like ghosts from a newsreel. A tech CEO who'd been grilled by Congress, a senator from the Midwest, whose name was always attached to classified briefings, and, Jesus, a royal, the kind whose face appeared on currency. They were deep in discussion, voices hushed, calculated, the kind of quiet that made your skin crawl. Jake couldn't catch their words, but the projector behind them didn't mince any. Global, economic transition strategy. Phase 3. His stomach turned. He raised his camera, fingers trembling as he adjusted the focus. Slowly, carefully, he panned the room, zoomed in on faces, on thick binders of documents, on flickering slides as they advanced. Media consolidation plan, energy, resource redistribution, population control measures. This wasn't a retreat. It wasn't a summit. It was a blueprint for something terrifying. It felt unreal, like some paranoid fever dream, but the camera didn't lie. This was happening. These people weren't just shaping policy. They were reshaping the world. So focused was he on filming that he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hey!" a voice barked, deep and authoritative. Jake jumped, adrenaline slamming into his chest. He spun around to find a guard. Same black suit, same dead-eyed stare. Radio in one hand, the other already yanking the camera from Jake's grip. "What the hell are you doing here?" the guard growled. Jake stammered. I got turned around. I thought this was..." "Don't." The guard cut him off, already dragging him away from the door. Jake turned his head for one last look, just as the projector flicked to a new slide. Future meeting locations. 2025, 2030. Then, the door slammed shut. "Come with me," the guard ordered, voice low but loaded with menace. Jake's mind reeled. He wasn't just in over his head, he was drowning. These weren't VIPs. These were power incarnate, operating in total secrecy. And now he'd seen them. They shoved him into a small, windowless room, cold, sterile, lit by a single buzzing fluorescent light. The door locked behind him with a dull click. No clock, no phone, just a plastic chair and his spiraling thoughts. Would they call the cops, or something worse? Would they make him vanish? He'd heard rumors about whistleblowers disappearing, but that always felt like conspiracy theory nonsense. Until now. These people weren't just powerful, they were untouchable. Time crawled, minutes, hours, he couldn't tell. Then finally, the door opened with a hiss. A man entered, late 50s maybe. Sharp charcoal suit, expensive cologne, face like carved stone. He sat across from Jake, placing the camera between them on the metal table. "No memory card, Mr. Wilder," he said calmly, his voice like polished steel. "You've stumbled into something you weren't meant to see," Jake said. "Nothing." His throat was dry, tongue thick. "This footage," the man continued, tapping the camera, "never leaves this room. Do you understand?" Jake nodded slowly. He didn't really have a choice. The man studied him for a long beat, then leaned, in slightly, voice softening just enough to chill the blood. "You seem like a smart guy. So here's some advice. Walk away. Forget what you saw. This isn't your fight." Before Jake could respond, the door creaked open again. 2 more guards entered. Wordlessly, they hauled him out of the room, down a maze of sterile hallways, and out into the cool night air. His camera was handed back, lighter than before. "You're leaving," one said flatly. "Now, and you don't come back. Ever." They didn't wait for an answer. Jake stood on the curb, heart pounding, the hotel behind him glowing like a haunted cathedral. But he wasn't thinking about the guards or the threats. He was thinking about the faces in that room, the words on the screen. He couldn't walk away. Over the next few weeks, Jake dug deeper. He stopped staying in one place, used burner phones, encrypted his files. He researched the Bilderberg Group, old interviews, public appearances, whispers online. He matched names and faces to those he'd filmed. Found breadcrumbs, meeting invites buried in calendar PDFs, flight logs, hotel bookings. It became an obsession. He started uploading clips, redacted, blurred, careful, anonymous forums, deepnet message boards. He left trails, hoping someone would follow or at least take notice. But it came with a cost. One night, his apartment was still. The only light came from his laptop screen, lines of code and video timelines flickering as he pieced together another upload. Then, a knock. Soft. Once. He froze. No one knew where he lived. He'd been careful, paranoid even. But the knock came again, louder. His breath caught in his throat. He reached for the power button, closing the laptop. He didn't move, didn't make a sound. The knock echoed one last time, and then, nothing. Just the hum of the fridge and the distant traffic outside. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story remind us the truth isn't always hidden in the shadows. Sometimes it's right in front of us, veiled in suits, strategy, and silence. And sometimes it takes one person willing to see it, to risk everything. Sleep well. May your dreams be filled with curiosity and wonder. And may you sleep soundly knowing that even the darkest mysteries can be brought to light. Sweet dreams. And good night. Liam. Mercer had always been the kind of man who believed in patterns, not fate, not intuition, patterns, predictable, testable, measurable. In a world flooded with misinformation, viral nonsense, and overblown emotions, Liam found comfort in logic. Cold, quiet, unwavering logic. His co-workers called him Mr. Fix-It, though never unkindly. If a server went down or an app broke, mid-demo, you called Liam. He wouldn't panic. He'd roll up his sleeves and get to work, eyes focused, hands steady. To Liam, everything was just a system, hardware or human, made of variables waiting to be aligned. He woke every day at 7 a.m. sharp, no exceptions, never hit snooze. His alarm, a soft chime, nothing jarring, went off once. That was all he needed. He brewed exactly 1 cup of black coffee, no cream, no sugar, no frills. The bitter taste grounded him. While he sipped, he scanned the headlines on his tablet. Weather, tech news, financials. He skipped the op-eds and human interest pieces. Facts only. Everything else was noise. His apartment mirrored his mind. The walls were painted a matte grey. Furniture, modern, minimal, functional. His bookshelves held volumes on software architecture, cryptography, machine learning, plus a few worn-out sci-fi novels he'd sheepishly admit to if asked. His closet was color-coded, stocked with navy, charcoal, and black, because decisions about clothing were unnecessary clutter. Work was a natural extension of his personal philosophy. He arrived 10 minutes early, always. He nodded politely to the front desk staff. Never late, never rushed, and made a beeline for his cubicle. Second from the end, near the window, but not too close. His desk was pristine, monitor centered, keyboard spotless. A small cactus sat in one corner. It didn't need much. Neither did he. He wasn't passionate about his job exactly, but he respected it. It was stable, clear-cut, efficient, predictable. Liam liked predictable. His co-workers often theorized wildly whenever the system hiccuped. Maybe it's a virus. Could be sabotage. But not Liam. He didn't speculate. He troubleshot. Let's look at the error log, he'd say, fingers already tapping commands before the others finished their wild theories. He had no time for stories, only data. Outside of work, Liam lived simply. Saturdays were reserved for the same coffee, shop on Pine and 6th. He always ordered a tall oat milk latte, even though he didn't love it, because the barista once smiled when he ordered it, and now it was a habit. He always sat in the corner booth beneath the old mural of a sailing ship. On Sundays he hiked local trails, always marked paths, no off-trail wandering. He had no taste for risk. His social circle was small, college friends who preferred chess to clubbing, argued over plot holes instead of politics. It suited him. To outsiders, Liam might have seemed dull. To himself, he was disciplined. He didn't chase adventure or romanticize chaos. His life ran like clean code. Every function had a purpose. Every variable was under control. So when that control started slipping, when the pattern broke, it rattled him more than he could say. The shift began slowly, subtle, almost imperceptible. Just a glance too long from a technician. A question that felt like a test. A log file with inconsistencies he couldn't trace. Something beneath the surface wasn't right, and Liam, who prided himself on knowing how to fix anything, couldn't fix this. Now, in the dim hum of the server room, he stared at the monitor, trying to keep his breathing steady. His palms were damp, and the familiar clack of his keystrokes felt suddenly foreign, jittery. Across from him stood a technician, Anders, he thought his name was, mid-30s, sharp jaw, blazer over a hoodie, a little too observant. Anders leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the screen. "You good?" he asked, his voice casual but clipped. "Yeah," Liam said, forcing calm. "Just a weird cache error. I'm clearing it now." Anders didn't move, didn't blink, just kept watching. The silence stretched. Finally, Anders straightened and crossed his arms. "Good," he said, but there was a strange finality in his voice. He turned and walked away, leaving Liam alone with the soft hum of cooling fans and a single blinking cursor. Liam stared at it, heart thudding in his chest. Something wasn't right, and unlike every problem he'd ever solved, this one didn't have a clear fix, and that terrified him, door he was never meant to find. A door that didn't just creak open. It had swung wide, and something was staring back. Liam sat in the driver's seat, engine off, the hum of traffic around him fading into background static. His hands rested on the steering wheel, but he wasn't gripping it. Not yet. He just sat there, breathing, trying to feel normal again. But normal had left the building with him. The diagrams had been too precise. The language in the logs, phrases like non-linear persistence zones and conscious state synchronization, they weren't corporate buzzwords. They were something else. Experimental, dangerous, classified maybe. Definitely not for tech support to stumble across during a routine patch. He thought of the technician, Anders, or whatever his name really was. The way he'd stood too still, his hands too calm, like someone trained to look casual. Liam had written enough automation scripts to recognize when a human was trying too hard to act like one. Was he a handler? A plant? That rhythmic tapping on his arm hadn't been idle. It had felt coded, deliberate. Liam's skin prickled just thinking about it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper, one of those leftover slips from the office printer tray. While pretending to adjust a cable earlier, he'd scribbled what he could. The initials PCS D7, the phrase Cascade Directive, and a timestamp 03/17/29. That timestamp haunted him most, because at that exact second, the screen had flashed an image of a man vanishing into static. Digitally, not physically, like the pixels couldn't hold him. He knew better than to believe in ghosts, but code that could erase someone from surveillance footage in real time. That was another story, one terrifyingly possible. Liam turned the key and started the car. The dashboard lights blinked on, normal, mercifully normal, and he pulled into traffic. At the next red light, he opened the Notes app on his phone and typed a single line. Whatever this is, it's buried deep, and they know I saw it. He didn't save the note, just stared at it for a second, then deleted it. No trails. Not yet. Back at his apartment, he triple-locked the door and shut every blind. His laptop was already on the table, sleep light pulsing like a heartbeat. He sat down, hesitated, then booted into his Linux partition. Clean, air-gapped, paranoid. He opened a command prompt and began a trace on the IP string he'd memorized from the diagnostic console. The keylogger he'd embedded wasn't sophisticated, just enough to ping his remote shell when that machine went idle. He wasn't going to steal anything, not yet, but he had to know what the hell PCS D7 meant. An hour passed, 2, no ping, no response. Then, just as he was about to shut it all down, his terminal flickered. Connection received. UID, system.root. Access level, full. Liam leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There it was, the rabbit hole, open and waiting. And for the first time in years, Liam Mercer didn't know what he was walking into, but he was going in anyway. The door was one he was never meant to see, let alone walk through. And yet, Liam had done just that. Part of him was sick with nerves, but another part, dark and electric, thrummed with exhilaration. If the tech he'd uncovered was real, it could change everything. History, science, hell, maybe even reality itself. He pulled into the cracked driveway of his beat-up apartment complex, the engine ticking as it cooled. A flicker of doubt licked the back of his mind. What if someone had seen? What if the tech caught the keystroke injection? What if the tech guy knew I was bluffing? Liam shook his head, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles blanched. No, he muttered to himself. I was careful, surgical, no way they'd know. Still, his stomach flipped as he stepped out of the car. He paused, eyes scanning the street like a man stepping onto a battlefield. A black sedan sat parked a few houses down. Tinted windows, too dark to see inside. He didn't recognize it. Could have been a neighbor, could have been nothing. But it felt wrong. His pace quickened as he climbed the concrete steps to his second-floor unit, key already in hand. The feeling, like eyes crawling along his skin, only grew stronger. He didn't look back. The rest of the day passed like a dream dipped in static. Liam moved through the motions, tightening server panels, running diagnostics, tucking his tools into the worn black case he'd been hauling for years. To anyone watching, he was just another overworked IT contractor finishing a job no one else wanted. But inside, his mind roared. Those blueprints, that grainy video looping endlessly in his head of a man vanishing, not running, not cloaking, disappearing, like he'd been plucked from time, temporal displacement protocols. The words echoed like a curse, heavy and unnatural in his brain. He kept questioning himself. Was any of it real? A test? Some deep-fake simulation? Was he a handler? A plant? That rhythmic tapping on his arm hadn't been idle. It had felt coded, deliberate. Liam's skin prickled just thinking about it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper, one of those leftover slips, from the office printer tray. While pretending to adjust a cable earlier, he'd scribbled what he could. The initials PCSD7, the phrase Cascade Directive, and a timestamp, row 3, 1729. That timestamp haunted him most, because at that exact second, the screen had flashed an image of a man vanishing into static, digitally, not physically, like the pixels couldn't hold him. He knew better than to believe in ghosts. But code that could erase someone from surveillance, footage in real time, that was another story, one terrifyingly possible. Liam turned the key and started the car. The dashboard lights blinked on. Normal, mercifully normal, and he pulled into traffic. At the next red light, he opened the Notes app on his phone and typed a single line. Whatever this is, it's buried deep, and they know I saw it. He didn't save the note, just stared at it for a second, then deleted it. No trails, not yet. Back at his apartment, he triple-locked the door and shut every blind. His laptop was already on the table, sleep light pulsing like a heartbeat. He sat down, hesitated, then booted into his Linux partition. Clean, air-gapped, paranoid. He opened a command prompt and began a trace on the IP string he'd memorized from the diagnostic console. The keylogger he'd embedded wasn't sophisticated, just enough to ping his remote shell when that machine went idle. He wasn't going to steal anything. Not yet. But he had to know what the hell PCSD7 meant. An hour passed. 2. No ping. No response. Then, just as he was about to shut it all down, his terminal flickered. Connection received. UID system.root. Access level full. Liam leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There it was. The rabbit hole. Open and waiting. And for the first time in years, Liam Mercer didn't know what he was walking into. But he was going in anyway. The door was one he was never meant to see, let alone walk through. And yet, Liam had done just that. Part of him was sick with nerves, but another part, dark and electric, thrummed with exhilaration. If the tech he'd uncovered was real, it could change everything. History, science, hell, maybe even reality itself. He pulled into the cracked driveway of his beat-up apartment complex, the engine ticking as it cooled. A flicker of doubt licked the back of his mind. What if someone had seen? What if the tech caught the keystroke injection? What if the tech guy knew I was bluffing? Liam shook his head, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles blanched. No, he muttered to himself. I was careful, surgical. No way they'd know. Still, his stomach flipped as he stepped out of the car. He paused, eyes scanning the street like a man stepping onto a battlefield. A black sedan sat parked a few houses down. Tinted windows, too dark to see inside. He didn't recognize it. Could have been a neighbor. Could have been nothing. But it felt wrong. His pace quickened as he climbed the concrete steps to his second-floor unit. key already in hand. The feeling, like eyes crawling along his skin, only grew stronger. He didn't look back. The rest of the day passed like a dream dipped in static. Liam moved through the motions, tightening server panels, running diagnostics, tucking his tools into the worn black case he'd been hauling for years. To anyone watching, he was just another overworked IT contractor finishing a job no one else wanted. But inside, his mind roared. Those blueprints, that grainy video, looping endlessly in his head, of a man vanishing, not running, not cloaking, disappearing, like he'd been plucked from time. Temporal displacement protocols. The words echoed like a curse, heavy and unnatural in his brain. He kept questioning himself. Was any of it real? A test? Some deep fake simulation? But if it was real, why store it on such a garbage tier server? One so busted they had to call in an outsider like him to fix it. It didn't add up. None of it did. But somehow, all the pieces clicked. He wasn't supposed to see any of it. As he stepped out of the server room, the technician, balding, with nervous eyes and coffee-stained teeth, gave a short nod. Liam nodded back. Casual. Too casual. But the tech's eyes dipped, lingered, just a second too long, on the flash drive poking out of the case's inner pocket. Liam zipped it closed, smiling like he didn't notice. All set, he said, voice light. Should hold up for now, but you might want to think about upgrading that OS. It's ancient. The man didn't respond. Just kept watching as Liam walked away. Getting out was slow, like wading through tar. He passed checkpoint after checkpoint, flashing his ID, signing clipboard after clipboard. His palms were slick. He forced his breath, steady, movements calm. The guards looked at him longer than they had this morning, eyes narrowing, fingers hovering a little too long over the zipper of his case. Breathe, Liam. Just breathe. There was no reason to suspect him. No way they could know. He had done the job, repaired the hardware, smiled, nodded, played the part, and, yet, when he finally stepped out into the late afternoon air, the sun was dipping low, gold slicing across the parking lot in long, sinister shadows. He stopped, took a deep breath. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled. The smell of rain, wet pavement and ozone hit him like a slap. His car sat alone in the far corner, isolated, exposed. The flash drive felt heavier with every step. Not just weight, but pressure. Like it knew what it carried. Like it was pulsing, with things that weren't meant to be understood. He hesitated before unlocking the door. Should he leave it? Toss it in the sewer? Burn it? Forget it ever existed? But he didn't. He slid into the seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. The drive home was a blur. Streetlights smeared across his windshield, the hum of the tires fusing with the looping reel in his head. Did they know, eh? Was that not a warning? Did I miss something? He glanced over at the flash drive on the passenger seat. The plastic casing caught the fading light. Innocuous, harmless, but it wasn't. It was a fuse, waiting, and he didn't know what kind of bomb it was wired to. Liam sat in the car for a moment, fingers gripping the steering wheel. Part of him wanted to throw the flash drive out the window, forget he'd ever seen it, pretend like the whole thing had been a bad dream. But the other part of him, the one that couldn't stop asking what if, couldn't let it go. His mind raced. The need to understand, to know, pushed him forward. He had to see this through no matter what. By the time he pulled into his apartment, complex, dusk had settled over the city like a heavy blanket, the sky a bruised purple. The lot was mostly empty, save for a few cars parked beneath the low, flickering glow of porch lights. But his eyes immediately zeroed in on a black SUV near the entrance. It was hard to make out in the dim light, the windows so dark they reflected, the faint street lamps like a glossy, ominous mirror. It could have been anyone's car, but something about it made his skin prickle. Liam shook his head, dismissing the thought. Paranoia, he told himself. Just a coincidence. But the feeling lingered as he grabbed the flash drive from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car, a nagging tightness in his chest. Inside his apartment, the silence hit him like a wall. He locked the door behind him, setting down his tools with a soft clink. The only sound was the low hum of the fridge, the buzz of the fluorescent light overhead. He stood there, holding the flash drive, staring at it for a moment. His heart drummed in his chest, the weight of what he was about to do settling over him like a cold shroud. He moved to his desk, sat down, and powered up his laptop. The screen blinked to life, casting a soft glow in the dim room. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, every nerve on edge. Don't do it, he thought. You know what's on there. You've seen enough. But he couldn't stop himself. He clicked open the files. At first, it was just a blur of data, calculations, logs, and jargon he barely understood. But then he found something that stopped him cold. Temporal excursion log. There were entries about objects being sent back in time. A coin, a watch. The condition of the items changed after each trip. Minor scuffing, abrasion from unknown forces. Then, there was an entry that chilled him to his bones. Subject failed to return. Possible instability in the temporal anchor. Liam's breath hitched. He leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. People were disappearing. For the next few days, the discovery consumed him. He barely ate, barely slept. His thoughts were a whirlpool, pulling him under. If time travel was real, it could explain so much. Historical anomalies, artifacts that shouldn't exist, sudden leaps in technology. But what did it mean? Was the government controlling history? Were they altering the past to shape the future? Paranoia clawed at him. He noticed the black SUV parked outside his building every night. Glitches. His phone kept dropping calls, acting up in ways he couldn't explain. One evening, when he returned home, the door to his apartment was slightly ajar. He hesitated, his hand on the knob. It didn't look like anything was out of place, but the feeling of being watched crept over him, cold and invasive. Then came the package. It arrived 2 days later, plain and unmarked. Inside, a single note, typed in bold, cold letters, "Stop digging." Liam stood frozen, staring at the words. His hands trembled, but he didn't throw the flash drive away. He couldn't. The world deserved to know the truth. They had to know. So he called Sarah. Sarah was an investigative journalist, an old friend from college. He trusted her, and he needed her help. They met at a coffee shop that night. Liam kept glancing over his shoulder, his nerves on edge. He handed her the flash drive. "If something happens to me," he said, his voice low, "you have to promise you'll get this out there." Sarah eyed him, concern creasing her brow. She tucked the drive into her bag, but her expression didn't soften. "Liam, are you sure you're okay?" she asked. "You look..." But before he could answer, the door to the coffee shop opened and 2 men walked in, tall, dark suits, expressions hard as stone. Liam's stomach sank. Something wasn't right. "We need to go," he whispered urgently, grabbing Sarah's arm. But it was already too late. The men reached their table in a flash. One of them spoke, his voice flat, like he'd rehearsed the lines too many times. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "we need you to come with us." Liam's heart slammed in his chest, his instincts screaming at him to bolt, but his body froze. The men didn't give him a chance to react. They grabbed his arms, firm but controlled, their grip unyielding. Sarah jumped up, her voice rising, in panic, but the second man cut her off with a glare. "This doesn't concern you," he said, cold as ice. Liam tried to speak, tried to tell her to run, but they were already dragging him out of the coffee shop, past the stunned patrons, and out into the street. His head spun as they shoved him into the back of the waiting SUV. The door slammed shut, and the engine roared to life. Liam sat in the back, staring out the tinted windows, feeling the weight of what he'd gotten himself into. They hadn't told him where they were taking him or what they planned to do. But one thing was for sure. The truth about time wasn't just dangerous, it was deadly. Jacob Grant wasn't the kind of man who sought out adventure. His life was one of quiet rhythms, a routine that offered him a sense of control in a world that often seemed unpredictable. As the librarian in a small New England town, his days were steeped in the smell of old books and the soft hum of fluorescent lights. He found comfort in the order of his job, organizing card catalogues, helping a young reader find their next favorite story, and watching sunbeams shift across reading tables as hours passed. Each morning began the same: wake at 6:30 a.m., brew, coffee, and retrieve the local paper from the porch. He found solace in the rustling of pages, the way ink stained his fingers, and the predictable cadence of small-town headlines. Local charity drives, the annual fall festival, Mrs. Patterson's award-winning garden. He read every article, not out of interest, but because it was part of the ritual, a tether to a world that was always the same. Afternoons were spent among the towering shelves of the library, a building as old as the books it housed. Jacob knew every corner, the creak in the third step, the spot where sunlight hit the stained glass just right, the faint scent of mildew in the history section. He had worked there for over a decade and took quiet pride in being the town's unofficial keeper of knowledge. The library was more than a workplace. It was a sanctuary. The soft murmur of patrons, the rhythmic clatter of the card catalogue drawers, and the occasional thud of books being reshelved created a comforting symphony. Time seemed to slow here. In the evenings, Jacob returned to his small home, a cozy bungalow with ivy climbing its brick facade. He'd prepare a simple dinner, soup, or a grilled cheese, and settle into his favorite armchair with a novel. On warm nights, he'd stroll through the quiet streets, nodding at neighbors as they sat on their porches or walked their dogs. The town transformed under the glow of streetlights, and he loved the way the stillness of the night amplified the sound of his footsteps. Weekends were equally uneventful, filled with small pleasures. A Saturday morning visit to the farmer's market, an afternoon spent tinkering with the old clock in his living room, an inherited hobby from his late grandfather. Sundays were for church, not out of deep conviction, but for the sense of community. Jacob wasn't lonely exactly. He had friends, though his relationships were more cordial than close. He preferred solitude, retreating into his thoughts and books. He was the kind of man who blended into the background, known but not truly known. And yet, despite the comfort of his predictable life, there was a part of Jacob that longed for something more. It wasn't a craving for excitement, but a quiet hunger he couldn't name. Sometimes, late at night, when his house was too still, Jacob wondered if there was more to life than this. Was there something beyond the pages of the novels he read, something he was missing? But he would always push it aside. Life, he thought, was better lived in the quiet, in the routine. That was until one fateful day. Jacob Grant yearned for something more, though he rarely acknowledged it. Sometimes, as he walked through the quiet town or shelved books in the library, he felt a faint tug of curiosity, whispers of longing for something beyond the predictable. It wasn't dissatisfaction exactly, but an itch he couldn't quite scratch, a sense that there might be more to the world than the comfortable bubble he'd built for himself. Jacob didn't think of himself as the adventurous type. He didn't chase excitement or seek the unknown. But life has a way of finding you when you least expect it, of pulling you into the extraordinary when you're content with the ordinary. Jacob Grant's quiet, predictable life was about to be turned upside down, and he had no idea how much everything was about to change. It began on a chilly autumn afternoon, the air crisp, the kind that made the leaves crunch underfoot as Jacob walked to work. He had always loved the quiet charm of his town, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-covered buildings. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where secrets were few and far between. Or so he thought. That day, as he arrived at the library, he found a small, unmarked package sitting on the steps. It was plain, wrapped in brown paper, with no return address. and his name was scrawled across it in uneven handwriting. Frowning, Jacob picked it up, his fingers brushing against the coarse paper. He assumed it was a donation. People often dropped off books for the library. But something about this package felt different. Curiosity burned brighter than caution as Jacob carefully carried the package to the library's back office, a dimly lit room cluttered with forgotten tools and dusty archives. The quiet hum of the building seemed to amplify his unease as he set the package on the desk, the weight of it sending an unexplainable chill through him. His hands trembled slightly as he peeled back the brown paper, revealing a worn, leather-bound notebook. Its age was evident, the edges frayed, the leather cracked in places. The faint outline of an eagle clutching an unfamiliar insignia was embossed on the cover, faded but unmistakably deliberate. It wasn't any symbol Jacob had seen before, and its presence seemed to carry an unspoken gravity tucked into the front. Of the notebook was a folded piece of paper. The words scrawled across it in bold, uneven letters sent a shiver down his spine. "Do not ignore this." Jacob stared at the message for a long moment, his breath shallow. His first instinct was to laugh it off, to tell himself it was some elaborate prank. But there was something about the notebook, the weight, the smell, the tangible history, that made the warning impossible to dismiss. Taking a steadying breath, he unfolded the notebook's brittle cover and began flipping through its pages. What greeted him was a chaotic maze of handwritten notes, precise diagrams, and what appeared to be official documents. The handwriting varied in style and intensity, some pages neatly scripted, others frantic, as though written in haste. Many of the documents bore stamps and seals. Top secret, classified, and eyes only were repeated throughout. Jacob's pulse quickened. These weren't the kinds of words you found in old notebooks left lying around. As he scanned the pages, certain terms leapt out at him like fragments of a dark puzzle. Operation Paperclip V2, rockets, biological warfare research, intelligence collaboration. Diagrams of rockets and chemical compounds were interspersed with lists of names, some neatly typed, others scratched into the margins as though added later. The notes told a fragmented, haunting story about an operation conducted by the US government in the shadow of World War II. Jacob leaned closer, his fingers tracing over faded ink as he pieced together what the notebook described. According to the notes, Operation Paperclip was a covert program orchestrated in the late 1940s. Its aim was to recruit German scientists, engineers, and technicians, many of whom had worked for the Nazi regime. These men weren't just scientists. They were individuals with ties to dangerous experiments, some involving biological warfare, mind control, and more. Jacob's throat tightened as he read further. The program's success was built on secrecy and deception, recruiting these men not for their expertise, but for the information and research they could provide the United States in the aftermath of the war. The notebook seemed to suggest that Operation Paperclip wasn't just about rockets and chemical warfare. It was about something much darker, something hidden in the shadows of history. Jacob's hands trembled as he turned the brittle pages of the notebook, each one lined with yellowed typewritten secrets. He sat alone in the back corner of the university library, where the smell of old paper mingled with the faint scent of mildew. The heater clanked to life behind him, but he barely noticed. His stomach turned with every word he read. "They brought them here," he whispered, voice barely audible. "Monsters, and gave 'em jobs." The entries weren't vague, they were disturbingly specific. Dates, places, military seals he didn't recognize, names too, familiar ones. He stopped when he reached Werner von Braun. "No way," he muttered, eyes darting across the page. Here, in black and white, the same man hailed as a national hero for launching America into space was listed alongside operations from Hitler's inner circle. V2 rockets, psychological trials, biological, testing on prisoners. Jacob leaned back, heart thudding in his chest. He wiped his clammy palms on his jeans, trying to ground himself. His mind raced. Could this be real? The entries talked of files being scrubbed, fake job histories made up from scratch. Scientists with blood on their hands tucked away into small-town labs with new names and new lives. Even family members were relocated, given fake identities, homes in quiet suburbs. The sheer coordination of it all made Jacob's head spin. He flipped back to the cover, scrawled in bold red ink. "Do not ignore this." He couldn't. Not now. A sudden creak echoed from the stacks, and Jacob's eyes snapped toward the aisle. Nothing. Just the dim flicker of the overhead light buzzing above. Still, a chill crawled up his spine. He wasn't used to feeling watched. He was just a librarian, cataloguer of dusty tomes, reader of long-forgotten history. Until now. He shut the notebook gently, fingers lingering on the worn leather. Something told him this wasn't meant to be found, and if someone knew he had it. Over the next few days, Jacob stopped sleeping. His tiny apartment filled with manila folders and printed articles, sticky notes lining the walls like some conspiracy nut from a thriller movie. He barely ate. He didn't return calls. The story had consumed him. What started with von Braun's name led to others. Arthur Rudolph, Kurt de Bus, Hubertus Strughold, men whose achievements were etched into America's space legacy. But behind those smiling NASA photos were shadows. Underground factories run by forced labor, experiments on children, SS ranks hidden beneath white lab coats. "Jesus Christ," he muttered one night, thumbing through a declassified document. "We gave him medals." Operation Paperclip wasn't just a dirty secret. It was the skeleton key to a darker understanding of America's rise in the post-war world. It connected the Cold War arms race, the moon landing, even the CIA's early experiments with mind control. Jacob began seeing patterns in things he'd never questioned before. He wasn't sure what frightened him more, the horror of what he'd uncovered, or the idea that no one had ever talked about it. One night, as he sat cross-legged on the floor, notebook in his lap, his desk lamp flickered. He froze. The air felt heavy, dense. The radiator clicked once, then went silent. Someone knocked on the door, not loud, just 3 short taps. Jacob didn't move, didn't breathe. The words echoed again in his mind. "Do not ignore this." He knew 2 things for certain now. First, this story was real. And second, someone didn't want it told. They'd sanitized everything, whitewashed atrocities into accolades, woven these men's names into the myth of American innovation. Each new revelation made Jacob's chest tighten like a vice. It wasn't just the moral rot that sickened him. It was the sheer depth of the lie. This wasn't accidental. It was orchestrated. The memos he found were blunt. Blunter than he expected. Government agencies he'd grown up trusting, had forged employment records, choreographed interviews, stage-managed entire media profiles. Heroes, they called them, not war criminals. He sat hunched over his desk late one night, flicking a pen nervously between his fingers. The words on the pages blurred, but the implications rang out with sharp clarity. What else had they rewritten? Then came the names of other programs, ones he hadn't expected to find tangled in Paperclip's shadow. Operation Bluebird, MK Ultra. Those weren't space projects. They were darker. Mind control, psychological warfare, drug experiments on unwitting civilians. Jacob's fingers trembled as he typed keywords into archived databases, stumbling onto declassified fragments, enough to piece together something horrifying. How much of this country was built on lies? He murmured. The paranoia started slowly. A black sedan parked across the street one afternoon, innocuous at first. Maybe a neighbor had company. But the next day, it was there again. Different time, same spot, tinted windows, engine off. "Okay," Jacob muttered to himself, pulling the curtain closed. Coincidence, but the car kept showing up. Different places now, down the block, on the next street over, always just out of reach. Once, He swore he saw a silhouette shift inside, just for a second. When he stepped out to confront it, the engine coughed to life and the sedan slipped away without a sound. Jacob started double-locking his doors at night, triple-checking the windows. The click of the deadbolt became a ritual. His curtains stayed drawn from afternoon on. Every shadow on the sidewalk made his pulse spike. Sleep became a luxury. Still, he couldn't stop. Whoever was watching him, whoever made that call, only confirmed what he already suspected. He was onto something they didn't want out. He went deeper. Government databases, obscure academic papers, articles from defunct magazines with names like Probe and Countercurrent. He started calling up retired professors, old reporters who once sniffed around the same truths. Most didn't pick up. Some hung up fast, but one agreed to meet. Howard lived in a cramped house on the edge of the city, stacked floor to ceiling, with boxes of paper and faded newspaper clippings. He was thin, almost skeletal, with trembling hands and watery eyes that had seen too much. "I tried," Howard rasped, flipping open a moldy folder. "Wrote the stories, sent them to every editor in the country. No one printed a damn thing." "Why not?" Jacob asked, scribbling in his notepad. Howard looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Because the government silences people like us. Always has." He told Jacob about anonymous threats, sabotaged finances, a colleague who vanished after publishing a single exposé. Gone. No trace. "You've already crossed the line," Howard warned, voice like gravel. "They know your name." Jacob left shaking. The old man's words rang in his skull the whole. "Drive home. You've crossed the line. They know your name." That night, his phone rang. Landline. Only a few people had the number. Jacob hovered over the receiver, dread crawling up his spine. He picked up. "Hello." A pause, then a voice, low and flat. Male, no accent, no emotion. "You've gone too far, Mr. Grant. We won't warn you again." Click. Jacob stood there, receiver still pressed to his ear, heart hammering. He never gave his full name to anyone involved in this research. Panic surged. He backed up everything, scanned notes, encrypted files, external hard drives. He sent a copy to Lena, a friend he trusted without question. No context. Just, "Hold on to this, please." Still, the fear lingered. Not just fear, futility. A growing sense that no matter how much truth he uncovered, he was up against something massive. Institutional. Impossibly well hidden. And now, it was watching him. Jacob never even heard the knock. By morning, the black sedan was gone. The street looked normal again. Just trash bins lining the curb. A jogger passing with earbuds in. Birds chirping like it was any other day. But when Jacob stepped out to grab the paper, he saw it. A small, pale envelope slid neatly under his front door. No stamp, no markings. His stomach dropped. He closed the door behind him, locked it, then locked it again. At the kitchen table, his fingers trembled as he unsealed the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the kind from an old typewriter. The message was short. No signature, no address. "This is your last chance." Jacob sank into the chair, the weight of it pressing down on him like a slab of stone. His eyes drifted to the notebook on his desk, the one that had cracked open this whole nightmare. It sat there, calm and unassuming, a trap he'd walked into willingly. He was out of time. He had two options: burn everything, erase the files, pretend none of this ever happened, return to the quiet rhythm of cataloguing books and sipping chamomile tea at midnight, or keep going, step into the fire and never look back. He stared at the page for a long time. The paper, the threat, the dare. And then he made his choice. 2 nights later, Jacob was gone. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. The lights were still on, a half-drunk, mug of tea sat on the kitchen counter, slowly turning cold. His laptop was missing. So were the notebooks, the printed files, the external drives. The only hint that anything had happened at all was a faint tire track in the gravel, stretching from the edge of his driveway into the woods. Deep, heavy, like someone left in a hurry, or was taken. The police never opened a case. To them, Jacob, Grant was just another reclusive academic who'd decided to disappear. Maybe he cracked under the pressure, they said. Maybe he just walked away. But those who knew him, really knew him, whispered a different story. They whispered about the things he found, the names, the documents, the black sedan, the phone calls. They remembered the paranoia in his voice, the obsession in his eyes, and they whispered that someone had silenced him. In the weeks that followed, rumors crept through town like fog. Some said Jacob had finally snapped, packed a bag, and vanished into the night. Others swore he'd uncovered something so dangerous it had cost him his freedom, or worse. The truth, just like the files he tried to expose, stayed buried. Another shadow in the dark. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr.X Files. Let the story of Jacob Grant remind us. History doesn't always stay in the past. Some secrets are still breathing, hidden just beneath the surface, waiting for someone curious enough to find them. Sleep well, dream deep, and remember, not everything that disappears is lost. Sweet dreams.